Chris?
You said you were going to say go. You just said you literally just said quiet, and then just pointed at the screen while I was like,
already going well.
It's fine. It's going great. Shush.
Super delayed, but yeah.
Oh my God, how are you all going, team?
Fine.
Welcome. Yeah, it's going fine for sure. Welcome everyone. Yeah, nice smooth start. Welcome everyone to Anarchs of Chicago as we open a new chapter of the story tonight. We lost 2 coterie members the previous session. We lost James Bax, the gangrel, and we also lost Elena, the Hakata. One disappeared in Chinatown and the other was scooped up by the family. But we're moving on to another chapter tonight of this story. And before we jump into it, before I give any warnings, let's start off with some introductions. So, we've pre-prepared this. Go ahead.
I hate introductions, but I'm Z. What's up?
Running off alerts again. Sorry, guys.
Is that your whole introduction, Z?
That's all I got.
Yeah, that's all Z's got. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm Carradine Zero, aka Kieran. Hi. It's nice to be here. I am super excited to be joining in this game. I've been watching it for like 6 sessions, I think. Oh, we're up to session 6. So yeah.
Session 7. He hasn't updated the title.
This is 7 because Aaron didn't do his job properly. All right.
Well, he didn't tell me the fucking title. So
I told you last night, mate. We were in a voice call and I'm like, hey, guess what the title of the session is?
I'm changing it now. Shut up. Shut up.
Well, I'm glad to be joining you all. Looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
Hi, I'm Rachel. And also I'm excited to be at this one. And I can't wait to see what Chris has in store for us.
I think your camera's frozen, Rachel. At least for me.
That wasn't me.
Is it? Oh no!
Yeah, now it's gone black.
Yeah.
Did the batteries go out?
I just changed them. All right, I'll grab a new one while you guys introduce.
This has been off to a exactly. It's been great, you know. Right, next up, who we got?
I guess I'll go. What up, LARPers? Hi, Joe, Pro LARPer Taro, playing Ace. Glad to see y'all here again, back to back. Excited after last session, holy cow. Now this session, holy moly. And let's have a blast.
I mean, it was your turn to go, but okay.
It's all
hi guys. Everybody here knows me. I'm Aaron Music Productions. I play T. He's brooding. That's his entire character. He's very brooding. Yep. There you go.
Cool. And I'm UnemployedWriter, your storyteller through these perilous nights. Now, before we start, I have a little bit of a warning. Things might seem a bit confusing. Things might seem like they're not quite making sense in terms of the story of Chicago. But basically, stick with it, and I'm hoping by the end of this, everything will start to click together and make sense. At least that's my hope anyway. But we're just going to do a little bit of a recap before we kick right into it. The basic story is that the original coterie, who were Elyse, Elena, Ace, and T, they and James. I was counting them out. I'm like, 4, that doesn't sound right. James. We're in the middle of an explosion in Chicago University where the Sheriff of Chicago, Damien, died. He met the final death. Now, they were tasked by Prince Kevin Jackson, the Prince of the Camarilla of Chicago, to search for the killer. Now, they fumbled and stumbled through this task through many a nights, and they were getting ever closer to finally finding out who was the one that was responsible for blowing up the university. And that's when things went crazy. That's when the gangrel James Bax punched a police officer in the middle of a reception causing a huge chase where himself and the Hecata Elena ran into Chinatown, and that's where James disappeared, never to be seen again. Elena, of course, was picked up by the family, by the rest of the Hecata, but though that is a story for another time. And as for tonight, let's open up and let me find some music that's appropriate. Let's go with this one. We open on a highway interstate through rural America. A small pop-up gas station situated in the middle of nowhere. A lone car sputters on the empty highway nearby. The occupants, having been tempting fate for the past hour with the needle dangerously close to empty. Seeing the bright, shining Enron oil sign in the distance, that was a beacon of hope for both Tommy and Lou, who were dreading that the vehicle would die in the middle of nowhere. Pulling into the gas station, Tommy breathes a sigh of relief before turning to Lou. Now, Lou Pierce, our new member here, who would be driving the vehicle, first of all, is what I'd want to clarify. Would it be yourself, or would it be Tommy that would be driving the vehicle?
It would be Tommy. He wouldn't drive unless there was an emergency.
Okay. So, Tommy turns to you, Lou, and he just says, well, I didn't think we were gonna make it.
We just barely did, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like, could you imagine if we, the car broke down and we had to hitchhike the rest of the way to Chicago?
I'd rather not imagine that, thank you.
Tommy gets out of the vehicle, but I'm assuming he's still gonna talk to you as he gets out of the vehicle, so you're gonna wind your window down to talk with him, or are you just gonna let him
down?
Yeah, so he goes to put the nozzle into the my mind escapes me of the word for it. The
Gas tank?
gas tank, thank you. He puts the nozzle in the gas tank, and as he's filling up the vehicle and there's like the silence, he just says, you didn't tell me, why are we going to Chicago?
They said it was safe for people like us.
Well, what makes you think it's safe?
But we're kind of running out of places to run anyways. We don't have much of a choice.
Yeah, that's true. Running from city to city. I don't know, if it's safe, I'm gonna be happy to have a place that we can call our own moving forward, you know?
Yeah.
Do you really think it's gonna be safe?
I highly doubt it, but like I said, there's not much else to do.
Yeah. Well, do you have any plans when we get there?
I believe we're going to the Asylum.
Right.
I don't know where it is, but that's where we're going.
He takes his phone out and he starts like going through it, and then he's like, oh, right, sorry, I'm just gonna walk. And he walks a little bit away so he can actually use his phone. And he's like, okay. Yeah, I can find it in Google. He like yells, I can find it in Google Maps. We're cool.
All right, good.
All right, let me just pay for the gas and we'll get the hell out of here.
Good.
So you see Tommy walk up to a perspex bit of glass where a person who's sitting behind it in reception is just looking bored and just like flipping through a magazine. And they're talking, and he pays the person behind the glass, and eventually makes his way back to the vehicle. Pops into the driver's seat, closes the door, and he's like, well, next stop Chicago, I guess, Lou.
Let's go.
He's about to start the car when suddenly the sound of loud music starts pulsating around. You turn, you look at the rearview mirror, and you can see a blue sedan just zooming down the highway before screeching to a stop, before pulling into the gas station nearby you. Now, the sorry, did I say van? I meant blue sedan. The blue beat up sedan just pulls up next to you. So basically, there's the gas tank on this side, and then basically they've pulled in right next to you on this side, and then there's another gas tank there. So you can see it's full of occupants who are all having a rowdy time, and a few of them are going, woo, 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 as loud music is just pumping from this vehicle. Loud bass is just thrumming and you can feel it in your bones. You can see the guy in the front, in the driver's seat, he sculls back a glass bottle of something before throwing it out of the window and narrowly missing your vehicle as the bottle just smashes nearby. The guy opens his door, the door banging into the driver's side door where Tommy is sitting. Like very, very loud and violently. This guy doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. He stands up. And give me a wits awareness, please, Lou. Three's enough. When this guy walks out of the vehicle, he looks at both you and Tommy. A smile forming on their face. And the 3 is enough for you to see a fang start to extend as they just pass by your vehicle. Tommy sees this too. He turns to you very tense and he says, I think it's time we get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they might have found us. Let's just go.
Starts the vehicle. Zooms off. And that is where you go. You're on the road, continuing on your way to Chicago. And we cut from this introduction scene. We cut over to T as he wanders through the graveyard in St. Colm Church. Actually, you know what? There's probably not, there's more actiony. Let's go with this one. T, you're wandering around the graveyard of St. Colm Church with an oak park. While the wooden church looms behind you, it stands in stark contrast with the modern gentrification of Chicago. The cemetery here is small, with aged headstones, long forgotten and from an era long ago. The grass and leaves crunches under your shoes as autumn is clearly coming to Chicago. You make your way through the rows, eventually reaching your destination, an unknown grave, long weathered by time, with simply the engraving of a loving son being the only legible writing on this grave. No name, no date. A grave forgotten to the ravages of time. As you're taking that in, what's going through your mind, T? If there's anything at all.
I don't think there would be much going through T's mind at the moment. If he's here for a specific reason, and that's quiet. Not for any particular reason to be quiet, but just quietness.
You're left with this quietness, and you're trying this to clear your mind of everything, you know, the voices, the whispers, they all sneak in every now and then. But it is relatively quiet. But this quietness is disturbed by a voice behind you. It just says, I see you're back once again. You know who it is, T. The same kind old lady who often puts flowers on the graves of these long-forgotten souls, Elena. You turn to her. She's holding a bouquet of flowers in her arms, and she takes one, plucks it out, and places it gently upon the grave for the loving son. She closes her eyes and whispers a barely audible prayer. Once done, Elena stands up and smiles at you, T. How do you respond to her?
I just say thanks, and I sort of force a slight smile.
Don't try too hard, you might pop a vein.
Can't help it.
You know, I've seen you around here often, you know, and you go around with these lost souls, and why are you here and not, you know, making a life of your own out there in the big city?
Needed some peace and quiet.
I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you as she starts to back away. Very.
Not at all.
Okay, well, just let me know if I am. I don't. Peace and quiet, you know. You should be, as I said, you should be making a life for yourself, not here wallowing for lost, forgotten souls. That's for people like me, you know, who've already experienced their life.
These people, they have nobody else other than people like me and you.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope I'm not like that, you know. I hope in 100, 200 years' time, when my grave is here, that some kind old lady and some handsome, dashing young lad will be visiting her grave, or my grave. Sorry, you cut out a little bit. What did you say?
That's what we can all hope for. Company.
Yeah. You mentioned last time we spoke that you had a co-worker and that you were kind of glad he's no longer your responsibility. You don't miss him? You don't think that's why you're coming here to, I don't know, reminisce or something?
Came here before I even knew that boy.
Well, what about other friends? You surely have. Oh, sorry. You go.
No, you're all right. I was just gonna say, kind of forced into a mentor position for him. It was partly my choice, but it was mostly forced upon me. But even though I refer to him as a kid, he's not a complete idiot. Out for himself.
Well, I mean, it sounds like a good friend. What about other friends? Well, you mentioned your other friend. What's his name? Can't remember. Did you tell me his name? You used to meet him in a bar. Said you haven't seen him lately. Have you seen him?
William, that's the name. I mean, like I said, with the kid, William's a grown-up. He can look out for himself. Got a lot of bad habits. I'd imagine he's just dealing with those habits at the moment.
Well, sometimes, and I'm sure you can appreciate this. Sorry, before we continue, did you give your name to this person, or would have you given a fake name?
Because she's just a little old lady and I kind of have a soft spot for little old ladies, I probably would have told her my full name, i.e. Anthony.
Yeah. Well, Anthony, I'm sure you can appreciate this. You seem like a bit of a lost soul at times when I see you. Sometimes, your friends, they need guidance. Maybe if, he's lost and he's an adult, you don't get to my age without realizing that everyone's just pretending and playing make-believe when they call themselves an adult. Nobody really knows what they're doing. And that's the joke of it, really.
Sort of force another little smile and I nod.
Well, I must be going. I can't dawdle and I shouldn't keep you from any engagements you have tonight. There's plenty of graves here I've still got to put flowers on. But, if you ever in need of talking, I'm always at the church and I'll give you a cup of tea, Anthony.
That picked up. I don't know if that picked up.
Yeah, it didn't, but I could read what you said. Yeah.
I just said thank you.
Yeah.
You have a muffled sort of voice.
It's all okay. Might as well take advantage of the church while it's still here. She goes to walk away. You two say your goodbyes and you wander off. You go to leave the cemetery to the parking lot of this church. You reach your motorcycle. Now, what kind of motorcycle do you have? I should ask.
It's a Kawasaki W800 straight knock. It is that one, but it's just like a sort of small little black with exhaust pipes going along the bottom out towards the back. It kind of looks like a Harley, but kind of raised a bit higher. The best way I can describe it. If you look up the name I just said, you'll get a decent picture.
That's okay. A modern motorcycle. Let's just call it how it is. A modern motorcycle.
Yeah.
You reach it.
It's almost brand new.
You reach it, your mind seemingly elsewhere. You go through the motions of putting on the gear, the heavy jacket, the gloves. You don't need to wear this stuff, but, it's always good to maintain the masquerade. You
also,
start.
Riding pretty fast will make me dirty.
Exactly. And so as you're getting ready, as you're strapping the gear, like you're strapping the Velcro of the gloves, that's when you hear it. You hear a piercing through the silence. You hear a whisper that just says, the boy, the boy, the boy, the jade, the butcher, the shadow, the madhouse, just ringing through your mind. And as you're trying to close your eyes to try to, probably not that one, sorry. I'm trying to actively find music as I'm doing these. Aaron, what would be a good music for this track? We'll just go with the hounds.
Yeah, sure.
The boy, the jade, the butcher, the shadow, and the madhouse is what's going through your mind, swirling through the vortex in your head, the searing whispers, and you try to close your eyes to stop it from happening. And that's when your mind wanders back to the night that it was only him and the boy, the night 3 months ago, when they abandoned their 2 other coterie mates. Sirens rang out in the distance as Ace and T drive the opposite way towards Bridgeport. The car ride is silent as they abandoned their 2 coterie mates, Elena and James, while during their chase from the Chicago Police Department. While heading towards the destination, which was a Lieutenant Chuck Peterson, is there any discussion between the 2 following the events of the night thus far? Any thoughts about what the fate of their coterie mates might have been that night?
Yeah, so
all on you, buddy.
Yeah, so see, I don't think there's anything we could do. I tried to erase the footage, but I could really save us, really. So we gotta talk to Chucky P, and maybe we'll see if we'll get in contact with James and Elena. But as for right now, I don't see that happening because they're gonna be all over the news, buddy.
Just sort of in the back seat, just sort of dozing off as usual.
Classic T. Yeah.
All right, well, let's go see this Chucky P guy. I don't know if you want to stay in the car, but I know you're not going to listen to me anyways.
So that you do. The conversation between you two very sudden and abrupt, as is any conversation with T around this time 3 months ago. You arrive at the residence in Bridgeport. It's a lavish, multi-story house in a row of similar-looking housing. The gentrification of Chicago clearly hit this area. All lights inside the house are off, with only the front porch light being on. Now, rather than going through as I normally would of how you're going to approach, how you're going to do this, I'm just going to narrate, just for the sake of brevity. As you approach, you find that the front door of the house is unlocked. From the splintering around the frame, it's clear that somebody broke into the house. Walking inside the house, you see that it was clearly resided by a middle-class family. Chuck, from the pictures you can see, is in his late 40s. He has 2 children and what looks to be a loving wife, a loving family life in this house. The refrigerator, is covered with drawings of what look to be from children, like little stick figures in crayon, and with their names and the ages beneath them. The house is deadly quiet as you both explore around and look. No sign of other life or activity, but as you venture further into the house, give me a wits awareness, please. Wits investigation, both of you.
Yes, sir. Where I put my character sheet.
All right, roll d10s to both of you, please. Or re-roll it. Okay, 2. Come on, Joe, if you get a 2.
Wait, how did you? Wait, we roll it.
Slash roll d10.
How do I do that?
So you just type in the chat box, just slash roll
d10. Because the dice for this API are special, so you can't roll them individually unless you set up a custom roll for it.
So it's /d10.
Yep.
Roll d10. Yeah,
Base d10.
/roll d10.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So, T, you go down into the basement. Ace, you go upstairs. And as you're both investigating around, Ace, I'm just going to start with you. You're looking and you can see that the beds are all in a state of unmake. There's no sign of any life in here. There's no sign of anyone. But you're in the master bedroom. And as you're in the master bedroom and you start rifling around through here, you find in the wardrobe a safe. Start entering the combinations, start using some of your CIA skills, let's say. Eventually it pops open. And inside the safe is a folder, a manila folder with the written in Sharpie case file. That's what you find. But we're going to cut down to T as he is down in the basement. He's descending down the stairs towards this basement area. T, you've smelt blood before. You've smelt drying blood. This basement reeks of drying blood as you make your way down. You make your way down to the bottom, and that's where you see a middle-aged man, who you assume to be Lieutenant Chuck Peters, ripped apart in the basement. Still, he's in a white shirt and his boxers. Looks like he was potentially just taken out of bed, but he's clearly dead down here. Now, as both of you are on the bottom floor, the very bottom floor and the very top floor, that's when you hear movement, both of you, as somebody or multiple people enter the house. But that's where this flashback to 3 months ago ends. T shakes himself out of the memory as you get on the bike. A time best forgotten in an investigation that ultimately led to nowhere. As you get on your bike, getting ready to go, you hear a ping from your phone. A message from Sasha on the app Tinder that says that she's heading to the asylum and that she hopes to see you there. Do you respond or do you just drive?
I respond. They meet you there, and I'm gonna put a little kiss at the end.
Cool. With that done, you put the phone.
He's a charmer, you know.
You put the phone back in your little zip pocket, and you kick the bike to life as you drive off to Chicago. All right. Sorry, I just need to find your song, Rachel. Just give me a second.
Whispers.
What's it called?
Whispers.
Whispers.
It's the last one alphabetically.
No, it doesn't matter. It's in a weird order. All right. Cool. We move over to the club, Asylum, before opening hours. The empty club is full of workers who are busy preparing the club for yet another busy Saturday night, they hope. The band is on stage tuning their instruments and talking amongst one another. On the upper balcony watching this all is Elyse, she looks over at Jazz, who is her person that makes sure everything is organized, everything is going well. And she's busy barking orders at staff, ensuring everything is ready for the opening in an hour. A few months ago, Elyse thought Chicago would be yet another pit stop on her quest for payback. Little did she know that she'd be here operating Chicago's newest and hottest club, the Asylum. When Jeanette Vorman handpicks you to be a franchise owner of their exclusive club, well, not many can say no to her. Elyse is shaken from her thoughts as a call comes through to her from her radio. It's from her head of security, Chad, and he says,
"Ma'am, the boys out front have told me there's a Mr. Stedman here to see you. Should I tell him to let him in?"
Stedman.
Yes.
Sorry. Stedman, the head of the house for Red Number 5. Of course, the true owner of that nightclub, as Elyse discovered, was the Nosferatu Elyse. Perhaps the Nosferatu had sent his heir apparent to close the deal they'd made all those months ago. So, Elyse, you respond with a yes?
Yeah. Exasperated, yes, because I know what I have to pay. I don't know what I have to pay, but I have to.
Right away, ma'am. They're just gonna meet you in your office?
Yes. Thank you, Chad.
That's okay, ma'am.
Elyse, you're in your office, and you wait for Bennett Stedman to arrive. As you wait, eventually the door is opened by Chad, who is in a suit, very clean cut. He allows Bennett Stedman to walk in, and Bennett Stedman's just a bald, dark-skinned man who is wearing a polo shirt and a blazer, a sort of grey blazer. He looks over at you and he smiles and he just says, "Miss Verrill, you look just as stunning as the night I met you at Red Number 5.
Oh, Stedman, you're a charmer. How can I help you?
Bennett will take a seat in front of the desk, and Chad is still lingering at the door, and he's just like, "Ma'am, do you want me to?" And he just kind of motions like, "Do you want me to stay?" Right? Yeah,
That's
I've
all
gotta
right,
go.
Chad. I got this.
I gotta go to make sure everything's all right with security. All right. Yeah, and he closes the door. As he closes the door, in the seat next to Bennett Stedman, a figure materializes. Dark skin, this Nosferatu with two different colored eyes. And he just says, Well. I didn't think when I was gonna talk to someone about the asylum that it was gonna be you again, Elyse.
Well, neither did I, Ades. Wait, is it Ades or
Ades.
Ades. Neither did I, Ades. Surprises for all of us. Jeanette felt that I was the most qualified to take over this branch. So here I am. I'm in the perfect position to grant you a major boon.
Well, it seems like everything's worked out for the best. I gotta tell you. And he starts like laughing as he's starting to say it. My better half, Azuli. She's told me that Annabelle and the rest of her little Rose Garden group, they were quite perturbed with you coming in on their turf and more competition for the Succubus Club. Just as they were perturbed about me. But I think that's why an alliance between our two clubs, well, that'll be quite beneficial, wouldn't it?
I do. I agree. I think that's the perfect route for us to take.
Yeah, especially with these nights, you know? The state of everything. How fractured Chicago is.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Oh, unfortunate is one word to put it. I would like to describe it as opportunity. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I assume our deal we made at Red Number 5 that night still stands.
Absolutely. I would never go back on a promise.
Right.
How can I help you? What did you have in mind? I'm excited about this opportunity.
I would like a slice of this whole venture. Mainly, I wish to send some of my people here every month or so, scout out some of your, clientele, let's say, and, take them for my own business. Not your staff members, of course, but, your clientele to see who could fit my organization. And also, I'd like an office of my own down in your basement.
The office isn't a problem. I am concerned about scouting. Obviously, I know Chicago is fractured right now and we can get away with a lot. However, we all know there are still dangers that we need to be aware of. What is the scouting for your organization for?
Oh, I'm just scouting for new staff, new opportunities. Wits plus insight, please.
This is gonna bite me in the ass, isn't it?
Just blood surge. That's how
I'm
you
trying
fix every
to-
roll.
That's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, but my sheet's not loading for some reason. Give me 1 second.
Might have to leave the session, come back in.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
there
a
we go.
banger track, Aaron.
Yeah,
Isn't
absolutely.
It is.
Aaron did
good.
so good on my song. He's magical. It was crazy. All right. Wits and insight, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna blood surge, and then to do a blood
Rouse
surge,
the blood.
what?
Rouse the blood.
Just rouse it. Cool.
And then you add 2 dice. Gain a hunger. The beast, as you're trying to look and see where this Nosferatu is trying to hide, it's very hard to look at him, and the inner Toreador within you is repulsed. And so you have to pull the vitae in your body to even harder to look at him to see what's his deal. But yeah, so you gain a hunger, but you get 2 extra dice.
2 extra. Okay.
3. He is, when he sees clientele and he sees like people for his business, he's not, you get the feeling he's not necessarily talking about red number 5. But as to what, you're not sure. He's being very vague about it.
Adiz, I want to do this major boon for you because you helped me out. But I'm not about to put my club or this new space at risk of attack, especially at a time like this in Chicago.
Well,
So either be upfront with me with what you want, or we're going to have to renegotiate. What is this business? Because I know it's not red number 5. Do you want to be allies or not?
I would have to confer to my better half before divulging any information. But just know that if anyone we scout in here in the Asylum and bring to our side, we're not looking for mortals. We're looking for thin bloods, for caitiffs, ones like us, to build. Well, I don't need to go into details about what we're trying to build. But if we're in an alliance, Elyse, well, you shouldn't have to worry about that now, should you?
Yes, we all know how alliances work among kindred.
You scratch my back, I scratch yours, is how I see it.
Until one of us is no longer useful, at least. Okay, I'll let you scout. But if I find out that this is putting me at risk as a target on my back,
We can renegotiate. If it becomes a problem.
okay. Well then, welcome to welcome to the Asylum.
Beautiful
Your office will
partnership.
be downstairs, and I am excited to see what becomes of this relationship.
He goes to shake your hand, his gnarled fingers it looks disgusting. It's cold and wrinkly. But you shake his hand, and as you're shaking his hand, he says, "Oh, it shouldn't go without saying. That office is for my use and my use only. No one's gonna be sniffing around there other than me."
All right, tell me what you need in there.
I can sort myself out.
Sounds good, Elyse.
Should I go talk to Chad to show me the offices downstairs?
Yeah, go ahead and have him show you around, pick which one you'd like. Also, please tell your better half I can't wait to meet her. I can't wait to see her.
She cannot wait to meet you either. Bennett Stedman, meanwhile, has just been on his phone. You can clearly tell he's not engaged in this at all. You can actually see, with that 3 in your wits insight, I'm going to say you also see in him that he's very happy about how this is all going on. You're not sure why, but he's very happy about it. And as soon as the meeting ends, he stands up and he says, well, Elyse, since we're going to be business partners, I'm looking forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Yes, you too, Stedman.
Good night.
Good night.
As you turn away, that's when Elyse just disappears once again. And Bennett Stedman walks out to go and talk with Chad, because really, when he says that Chad show me around, Elyse is just going to let Bennett Stedman walk around while he's just obfuscated behind him. But you're now left alone in your office. As you are left with a moment of silence, and your mind wanders. You start to think over towards your notes, the notes that you have, the notes that you've collected. Wait, that didn't play. Let me just go. Reaching over to your desk, opening a locked drawer. You've got Sense the Unseen now, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to say you just did a quick scan. Elyse is gone. You open this drawer, this locked drawer in your desk, and you retrieve scraps of information, tattered notes that you've hastily gathered together on your elusive target, Ben Bates. While regathering this information, you made some troubling connections to your mortal life that disturbed you very greatly. As you turn over the pages of the few things you've gathered, you eventually stop, reaching the letter that you received before you left Chicago. Reading over the words, you're left with mixed emotions. You're reminded of why you returned to Chicago, not just for the asylum, but for this as well. As the words within the letter swirl within your mind wanders back to the night that you left Chicago, as we go to another flashback to 3 months before tonight. After Prince Kevin Jackson left T when he frenzied against him, the coterie were lost, distraught. None so more than Ace. Elyse could see that. Ace valiantly tried to save T, but he was no match for the gangrel force that was the Wolfpack. Elyse, you knew that it was in vain, and you knew your silver tongue could only go so far. The prince had made his decision. As you sat in this car with Ace going towards Ace's blood bag contact, there was a tension in the air between you two. Ace's body still showing the sure signs of his assault with Tyrus that night, and with the high tension in the vehicle, which one between you would have been the first one to break this silence?
Most likely the talker.
Yeah, not me.
All right.
I'm not gonna break the silence because I don't know that I've done anything wrong. I don't know that.
You don't feel like you've done anything wrong.
Yeah, I feel like I've done the right thing.
Yeah. Maybe this frustrates you, Ace. The fact that she's not even trying to explain herself, the fact that she's not even trying to apologize for what happened to T. You've lost your friend. As far as you're concerned, T is dead. And your knuckles just tighten around the steering wheel as you can feel the leather and hear it as you grip tighter and tighter.
What makes you so afraid?
I have more history. I'm older than you. I know what to be afraid of. You've been a vampire for all of what? 3 days?
So the older you get, you become a coward?
You can say it. You can call it that if that's what you want. The older you get, the more you realize you have a lot to lose. Final death is final death.
A lot to lose. Losing your humanity is already the ultimate price. All I see is just someone likes to talk, and sometimes they think they're stepping up, but it's cowardice. If I'm a baby, then what does it make you?
Spoken like a baby.
Yeah, keep talking. No actions. Like a coward. You know how
You'll see
important
one
tea
day.
was? You know how important tea was to our coterie and to us, to me especially?
I do
Yeah, it
know.
didn't seem
That's
like
why.
you're easily ready to give up. Just like a coward. At least James had the balls to do something.
I fought as hard as I could fight. Not all of us have strength. Some of us have to talk. And when you're talking to a wall, which the prince is a wall, he is on another level between you and I. And you don't know that yet because you are 3 days old. You have no idea what it takes to get to my age, to get to the prince's age. You have no idea. You can't even fathom it. This is not like being a human. But you'll realize it one day. You'll look back one day and you will learn and you will know what you have to do to get here.
Sounds like excuses. The prince is older. James is probably older. You're older. But I don't see any cowardice in either of them. Just you. Always talking. Never actually doing something. Calling me a baby. I know how weak I am. I understand that. I don't understand any of this. But I still had to do something for someone. And it seems like to me you lost your humanity in that. Or if you didn't have that at all. I guess what makes you human is that cowardice in you. Keep making excuses. You just lost somebody.
There are more ways to fight than with fists. T isn't lost yet. There are still paths we can take. There are still things we can do. And if you think I'm going to give up, you're wrong.
Oh, so what's your master plan to save him?
We'll figure it out.
He's literally going to get executed right now.
We'll figure it out.
And on that, we'll figure it out. Elyse, you're frustrated. You know, you're trying to get it through this kid's head that you had little options. That's when your phone goes off. Your phone goes off and the message is from the motel you're staying at that says you had a visitor, Miss Farrell. You would have given Elyse Farrell, or would have you given a different name? I can't.
Yeah, I would have given my real name.
Yeah, a letter has arrived. A person arrived to come speak to you. She's dropped a letter off. It's at reception. And that is when you tell Ace to pull over. Ace pulls over. You exit out of the vehicle in a huff, and you walk past James and Elena as they're in the pickup truck behind you, giving them a slight nod, a knowing nod that the conversation didn't go well. Little did you know at this point that was the last time you would ever see them. But you walk over to the motel, going through the thoughts in your head, the frustration at the place you are in right now, the danger that you're in, and the fact that Ace doesn't seem to realize that. Or maybe he does, and maybe that makes you even angrier. But you arrive at the motel, and you've calmed by this point to a boiling anger. It's more of a simmering anger. As you arrived at the reception, you talk to the desk clerk and eventually receive the letter. Now, Elyse, I've sent you the letter off stream. Did you want to read it out loud?
Probably not. No.
Okay.
I think it's more mysterious for the game,
that's cool.
right?
That's cool.
Because that's kind of Elise's character as well, to keep that stuff personal.
That's cool. With this revelation that's in the letter, the coterie in tatters, you figure it's time that you should leave Chicago. It's time to get out of here before things get really bad. You gather your few belongings that are within the motel, and you begin to make your way to the storage unit to collect the remaining information you have on Ben Bates. As you made your way there, the sound of fire engines blared as trucks zoomed past. Looking up in the distance, you could see flames rising from the storage unit area. With a lump in your throat, you ran, dropping everything that was inconsequential to the sidewalk, just running, until eventually you stop. You look in horror as the storage unit that had all the information on the person you're trying to take down was set ablaze. The flames licked the sky as amber and ash swirled within the harsh Chicago wind. Everything, all your information on Ben Bates, gone. You'd lost everything. And as you remember this moment, you remember the moment when you lost everything. That's when you hear a call from the radio that brings you back to the present 3 months later.
Ma'am, did you copy? You hit.
What was that, Chad? Sorry.
We seem to have an issue with the delivery, ma'am. Needs your attention. Jazz specifically asked for you.
I'll be right there.
You stand up, shaking the memories from your mind of 3 months ago when you left. Compose yourself and open the door. Just deal with problems. And that's where we're going to cut from that scene. Give me 1 second, everyone. That was a great scene. Loved it. Love it. Anyway.
I did okay. Yay.
Yeah,
I was nervous. My
Now we know.
adrenaline went up. Good job, Joe.
With the city in rushing to Riverdale Community Center, Ace was late. Marcel had specifically requested for Ace to attend this meeting tonight. It was another AA meeting, but by this time the topic was regarding absentee parents. Well, Ace grew up with a very supportive father figure in his pops. During his mortal life, he was fine, but Ace could relate to abandonment within his Kindred unlife. After much discussion back and forth, Ace eventually agreed to talk at this AA meeting. Marcel was very convincing, after all. As Ace rushes up the stairs to the front door of the Riverdale Community Center, he bumps into a figure who is exiting. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, Ace would tumble back, but quickly he's able to grab hold of the railing. Looking up, he sees Thea Noel McCrane, looking at him with contempt in her eyes. Well, if it isn't Marcel's new favorite toy. Cutting it a little short, aren't you?
You got something important to say, or you're just gonna babble?
Oh, no, you're the one who bumped into me.
All right, well, see you.
As you just like, go, see you, and just like head off. Theo will say, you know, I do want to say one thing before you go in. Your coterie that Jackson put together all those nights ago, 3 months ago, I think it was. At least Elyse, from what I hear, has her shit together and is not following Daddy around like a lost little puppy. I even hear T, that Malkavian, you know the one that's your surrogate sire? Yeah, he's doing pretty well as well. How are you doing, Ace?
I don't know if you recall, but I'm still kind of a rookie, so I got a lot of time. You'll see.
A bit of a slow bloomer. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm going to the Succubus Club tonight. Enjoy your little meeting or whatever.
All right, go be boring somewhere else. Thanks.
It's fine. That's fine. I know it's Marcel's same to Aaron. And with that, you rush into the community center, which is already in session. Unlike the previous meetings, which were informal circles, this one is more of a formal one with attendants sitting facing a podium. Marcel stands in front of the group talking to them, noticing Ace as you slink in. The smell of cedar and juniper is thick in the air tonight. You take a seat in one of the back rows, and you listen to Marcel and then eventually the other attendants as they start to give their stories. You take it all in, mentally preparing for what you might say yourself. As you do, you remember the night that you met your sire, your true sire. In the timeline, about nearly 3 months ago, but not exactly to the night of the everything. With the city in chaos from the previous few nights, Ace decided, after he and T gave their findings to the Camarilla, that he best lay low. It had been a hellish week, embraced and thrown into a whole new world. There was a time that you considered yourself doomed, Ace, wallowing in your state of damnation, but following from guidance from T and Marcel, you found yourself accepting your fate more and seeing it more as an opportunity than a curse. Ace, you decided to occupy your mind with something a bit more mundane as a change of pace from all the drama of the previous week. You'd just gone to Home Depot, picked up a few supplies and hardware equipment, ready to start fixing your haven back up after a Molotov cocktail had been thrown in it. As you were pulling the materials out of the Ford Mustang, suddenly a voice boomed behind you. Oh no. Alright, I'm just gonna have to use the Death Seer Moore voice. I'm sorry.
Alec Martinez.
Yes.
Turning to the origin of the voice, you see the man who attacked you the night of the explosion of Chicago University. The angry, bald man with a white beard who embraced you. But except he's different tonight. He's softer. He's a little bit more hesitant. He's wearing a suit. Coming face to face with your sire, after all this time, how do you react?
Well, scared, but angry, frustrated.
Do you say anything?
Why? Why me?
I apologize for the state I left you in. If I must be frank, I came to answer a few of your questions, but I don't think I will give you any closure, unfortunately. The simple answer is I lost myself that night. Lost myself to the beast, the anger that gnaws within us all. I saw you and attacked you, drained you dry. When my wits came about, I saw what I had done, and in a moment of panic, I did what I could do to save you. I had intended to stay by your side to guide you, but as you know, the night was very chaotic. And I apologize for not being there, my dear child. Let me introduce myself. My name is Cretius, Bruja Primogen of the Camarilla, philosopher, scholar, but more importantly to you, your child, your sire.
I have no idea what any of that means.
That is my fault.
You ruined my life. You ruined everything I had going for me. And this is what you have?
It was never my intention to do this to you. The beast knows it was either leave you to die and have a soul that has been snuffed out before it could reach its potential, or see if you could survive. I chose the latter. I hope you can forgive me for that.
So what do you want?
I just wanted to let you know that I didn't abandon you completely. You must understand, though you don't understand words like primogen, it means that I am very high in the Camarilla. I couldn't just come out and reveal myself as your sire, for my political opponents would have leverage over me and I would lose any kind of position I would hold. Now that might sound selfish, but I ensured to try to keep you safe. I tried to keep you safe. I talked to Jackson every night and told him to not judge these anarchs, not judge you. I tried to protect you. I was the lone voice. that tried to protect you those nights.
Thought that was Marcel.
The snake doesn't talk to me much. Perhaps he did, perhaps he didn't. But if I'm to impart an important lesson on you, my boy, never trust the snake. They lie, they deceive, they try to get you to follow and go further down your spiral of damnation.
But what choice do I have? Are you going to stick around?
If that is what you wish, but I feel that you have proven yourself quite well. You don't need me, boy. You never really needed me. I suppose there's an irony of that. You know, the place where the explosion happened, it was a place called the Eternal Academy underneath, where I taught Kindred. And that's the ultimate irony of this all, isn't it? That I teach Kindred the ways of the night, that I teach them the ways of the Camarilla. But to my own childer, I failed you both. And I'm sorry for that. But I just... With the way that the city is now, the chaos that's swirling, perhaps the political walls I was trying to hide behind no longer matter. That's why I'm here. Because I feel it is the best time to reveal myself, my child.
Where do we go on? What do we do now?
That is up to you. I can show you the ways of the night. I can teach you as best as I can, better than I did my other child, the one who died the night of the explosion.
The sheriff?
Damien, yes. That is not a kindness That is not a kindness that I gave him. Sorry, did you ask if he was strong?
Yeah.
Yes, he was strong, but I did not teach him that. I left him on the streets far longer than you. I made this mistake twice already, and I don't know why. There are things about the night, things, shadow masters, puppets that pull us and try to control us. But that's no excuse. I am responsible for my own actions. I abandoned Damien, but I won't abandon you, Ace. I've learned my lesson.
All right. If we're gonna do something, what about my grandfather?
What about him?
Can you make sure he's protected?
To be honest, Alec Martinez, I didn't even know you had a grandfather here in Chicago.
It's the only family I got.
I will make sure that your grandfather is protected. I will ensure that I can do you that kindness at the very least. And if you want me to teach you the ways of the night, as I said, I owe it to you. I did take your life away, my boy.
If you can make sure he's okay, then you have my loyalty.
I will try my best.
You're still an asshole.
I know.
Just wanted to make sure you knew that.
And I'm trying every night to try to be better. Goodbye, Alec. I hope to see you again.
See ya.
And with that, Cretius walks away. And you start going back to your work of repairing your haven, and that's when you're pulled back from that memory. That first time meeting your sire, that lack of closure. And you find yourself walking towards the podium at Marcel's behest. Turning to the group, you look upon these people, composing the words in your head, pulling together these complicated feelings of abandonment and unfulfillment. And as you're reaching through these feelings, trying to grab them, that is when you reach into your pocket. In your pocket, there's that smooth clay that you'd painted green, gold, and white in your first meeting with Marcel. You try to remind yourself every day you're trying to become more of the white, become more of the person you want to be. And that's where we're going to cut that scene to a rabbit that is scampering through the woods on the outskirts of Chicago. As it scampers forward through the darkness, suddenly the rabbit's foot gets caught on a snare. It struggles against the trap that it had fallen into. After a few perilous moments, however, this rabbit is able to pull its foot out of the snare. Finally free, it begins to hop away, safely, but not quite safely, as a figure from the thickets emerge, having been watching this all take place. Jack Cannon Davis reaches over in a quick flurry of motion, grabbing the rabbit by the scruff as it begins to squeal and struggle against your grasp. As you look at this rabbit, perhaps turning it around as it's just scampering and trying to move away, what do you do?
Well, hello there, critter. You think you got away from me, huh? So I take a look at it for a moment and I look into its eyes and it's panicked. I see that fear. And for a moment, I consider letting it go, letting that chance before I snap its neck.
You snap the rabbit's neck. Now you've got this limp, dead rabbit in your hands. Well, your hand, I should say, because I believe you've got one arm in a sling, correct?
That is correct. My left arm is in a sling.
Yeah. So, you've got this dead rabbit in your hands. What do you do with it?
It's just going to be sort of stashed into a satchel that I have with me.
Cool. You continue wandering through the forest when eventually you see the shelter of another like you, a survivalist. Someone who has found a place to be in the woods. Would you take this rabbit and leave it for him? Or what would you do with it?
Is this someone I know?
Yes, Carl Blackburn, I think his name is.
Carl Blackburn, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So I am going to stick to the darkness and just sort of look around and see if I can see whether, from anything that's visible, if he has been sort of out of luck with his camp, if his snares haven't been doing well. Obviously I've been sort of stalking around, nothing I can see.
Oh, like in terms of like whether or not his traps have been doing any good, or? Yeah, this was one of his traps that the rabbit got out of. None of them have really doing too well.
Yeah, okay, cool. So while I was sort of looking around, that wasn't the first trap that I'd seen, and I'd seen a couple that I looked at and thought, nah, these aren't good traps. So I've actually taken one of them, taken it apart and put it back together. So it's actually a better made trap. Mm-hmm. And I sort of put it down near where he's going to see it when he comes out. And I put the dead rabbit next to it.
Cool. And so with that, after that quick motion, you then scamper back into the woods, to the bushes, to the thickets, keeping an eye. And that's when you see Carl emerge from his bunker. He starts looking around and eventually he finds this rabbit that he's trapped. And seeing Carl as the excitement in his eyes, that reminds you of a time, many lifetimes ago, a time when you felt alive. The dissonant strum, and unfortunately we can't play this due to copyright, but the dissonant strum of a guitar for Freebird by Lynyrd Skynyrd plays.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. I'm just going to play the normal what happens in between moments. All right. So the dissonant strum of guitar from Freebird from Leonard Skinner brings us into this memory. A jukebox is playing Freebird through crackling speakers. A US soldier in camo fatigue stands at the jukebox. The camera pulls back through this Vietnamese bar as we catch up with a US squad drinking around a table. A bottle of whiskey in the middle of the table, as they are all laughing and talking amongst each other. One of them, Bam Bam, an overweight man, is leaning on the back of his chair with his leg up on the table, and he's got a little glass of whiskey that he's just nursing and like nearly spilling all over the place. Next to him is Frisco, a man in his middle age, a man in his 40s, and he's busy showing photos of his family to another squad mate who is Mac. And also sitting at one corner of the table is the youngest, Jack, as he's looking down at his glass of whiskey. And suddenly you hear, "Yo, Cannon, you ain't told us much about what brought you to this hellhole. You bleed red, white, and blue like old Uncle Sam? Trying to run away from your family like Frisco over here?" And with that, Frisco grabs a peanut and throws it at him while flipping Bam Bam off. Or were you one of those unlucky sons of bitches that got drafted in the lottery?
I ain't have to get drafted. I come from a family that's got history in the armed services, and I wasn't going to miss out on my chance to fight for freedom.
With that, Mac takes a quick swig of his whiskey, slams it down. He's like, "Fuck yeah! Fucking take it to the Viet Cong!"
Fuck yeah. Hey, can I get a glass of that?
"Sure, kid." Yeah, he's like, "You're 21, right?"
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Pause. Well, I suppose we're in Vietnam. Who fuck cares about fucking drinking ages? And he pulls it. So you drink, they're having conversation amongst one another. Are you just... with that, Bam Bam just laughs and he's like, "Fuck, was that your first whiskey, kid? Fucking hell."
Hey, I had some before at my uncle's wedding.
Your uncle's wedding? What, were you like 5 then?
It was his second wedding.
All right, 7.
Something like that.
Well, you got a lot of, and there's a Bam Bam talking at the moment. He's just like, "You got a lot of, spirit in you, kid, but what I want you to know is we ain't here for freedom, liberty, and the American way. We're here to, look at these people," as he points out at all the Vietnamese people who are serving American soldiers around the bar. "Do you think they want to be doing this? Do you think they want us to be coming in here in their whole grill?"
Well, I mean, I don't know if they do, but it's like if Vietnam falls, then that's another domino, and there'll be communists in Kansas before we know it.
Yeah, because fucking Vietnam is like right next door to Kansas. Yeah, Kansas. Yeah. Look, kid, you need to understand something. I've been here for a long ass time, and I want to get the fuck out. Because I know and I see this war for what it really is. It's just a dick measuring contest. And then with that, Max just like, "That's fucking un-American, man. Fuck you."
Hey, Max, I think I know why he doesn't want to get into a dick measuring contest.
With that, Max just like, I love you, kid. I love you, kid. Jesus. And you continue to laugh and talk. Frisco is clearly a man he loves his family and he's fighting for his family. Bam Bam clearly is he's disillusioned by the war at this stage, while Mac, on the other hand, is there for the name of peace and freedom. He says a few times that he's more than willing to kill everyone here if that means that he can serve his country and protect liberty. As you're all sitting around, suddenly shots ring out as Frisco has a bullet that just goes straight through his neck. A squad of Vietnamese, a Viet Cong, arrive here in this bar and start shooting. Everyone starts going into panic. The table's flipped over to create cover. You're hiding. You start reaching for your weapon. Where the fuck is your weapon? You don't know where your weapon is. Did you leave it somewhere? You're not too sure. Chaos is happening. Bam, bam, gets shot. You see he takes a bullet in the shoulder. He's like, "So fuck!" And you look back down at Frisco as he's gurgling, the air escaping his gashing wound in his neck. The picture of his family is down on the floor as the blood slowly starts to seep over his wife and child. And that's when we pull back to the present day. Jack, you've made it back to your bunker. You've got a friend to visit tonight. You usually visit him most nights, and you're feeling particularly hungry tonight. So, you jump on your dirt bike, kick it to life, and drive off into the city. And that is where I think we're gonna go have a break, everyone. We've gone through introductions through everyone. That went fairly smoothly, I think. So I hope you all are enjoying this. I hope you're all enjoying this. This might be a bit of a long one because we've literally... Anyway, I'll talk to everyone about it while we're in the break, but we're going to be in break for about 5 to 10 minutes. Go have a break yourselves. We'll be back.
See you guys soon.
Yep. Bye-bye.
LARPers.
We're back.
We are back. Welcome everyone. Hope you had a good break and are ready to come back with this coterie as we continue forward with this story. So let's just jump right into it. T's motorcycle rips through the streets of Chicago as you weave through the Saturday night traffic towards Asylum within downtown. You see the streets before you. However, the whispers in your mind begin amplifying. The boy, the jade, the shadow, the butcher, the madhouse. All words that sing in your mind. As your motorcycle roars, the streets before you begin phasing. In and out, shadows looming from every alleyways, cobwebs shooting out, obscuring your vision. As you're driving on your motorcycle, you're trying to compose yourself. You find your vision shifting between what's really there and what the cobweb is trying to show you, what it's screaming at you, is it's pulling for your attention. You pull yourself together, T, just in time to see that you've run through a red light. A truck is careening from your left side of the intersection. You have moments to react. So basically, you've pulled out here, truck's here, it's gonna just get you. What are you gonna do?
Speed up.
Give me a composure plus drive, please.
I don't have very good either of those skills, so I'm not to rouse.
Yeah.
I mean, I succeeded because I'm cool, but...
You keep the beast at bay as you're trying to keep hold of everything, all your faculties right now. But give me that roll, composure plus drive 1.
I'm gonna also
you gonna willpower
re-roll
any of that? Yeah. You can re-roll 2.
Yeah. Not 32, 2. Fine.
2. It's not enough to... You think you can speed to get past, and you nearly do, but the end of your bike is clipped, and you start spinning out, and you're thrown off your bike as your back just smacks into a lamppost, your bike skittering nearby. It's got some superficial damage, but you think it will be fine. As you lay on the ground, your back searing in pain, you take... So let's say you take 1 superficial damage from this.
Okay.
You're lying on the ground,
dead,
and the blood is mending your body for any... The wounds that you've received right now would be grievous to any mortal. It would kill them, or it would put them in the hospital, perhaps make them not be able to walk at all at their own with their own legs. But for you, the blood starts reknitting, starts healing. And as you're lying there just looking at the sky, waiting for this pain to subside, the song of the cobweb still piercing your mind. You try to compose yourself. trying to silence the symphony. And that's when you remember back to about, let's say, 2.5 months ago. T, you're walking through downtown Chicago. You're moving through with a crumpled bit of paper in your hand, an address. You pass by a building on the block that's clearly under construction, a sign erected in front of it saying, under construction, coming soon. The address that T was given is near this building, but it's what confuses you. The address was for a place called the Blue Velvet. A man calling himself Ian arrived at your haven the night before with a message from a kindred named Bronwyn. Ian provided an address and the name Blue Velvet, but the thing that confuses you about it though is that you arrive at the address and the building is older than what you would have thought it would be. It looks to have been abandoned for quite some time. Your confusion is slightly alleviated, however, as Ian emerges from an alleyway nearby, prompting you to follow. You're brought to a side door in the alleyway and down a flight of stairs. And you know what? Let's change this to a good old track. Smooth jazz is being played through the simple basement lounge. It's a simple area that is dotted with various booths and lounge chairs. Some of the booths have curtains that have been pulled. A number of well-known kindred are within here. You can recognize them just by seeing them. They're having idle chit-chat with one another. Ian instructs you to sit in a chair before disappearing behind a blue curtain that's behind the reception. Waiting, every now and then a person emerges from these blue curtains. Every now and again a person would emerge and then would go up to one of the kindred of Chicago. After some brief idle chatter, they would eventually go into a booth before the curtains are shut. This happens a few times, and there's no consistency between the people that exit. Some of them, there's no consistency between gender, size, age, race. They're all different, but every single time one will go up to a kindred, they'll go into a booth, and curtains will be shut. After waiting for a moment, Ian emerges, signaling you to follow. Following Ian through a series of tunnels and hallways, you eventually arrive at a door. He opens the door for you and allows you in. Inside is a woman behind a desk, looking through a thick ledger. A white woman in her early 20s, small and slight but with a sturdy frame. Her dark brown hair falls to her waist, braided in a thick plait. She's wearing a smartly cut business suit as she stands up and smiles, extending her hand to you. And she says, "Pleasure to meet you, T." Oh, fuck. I practiced this accent earlier today. Hang on. "Pleasure to meet you, T."
What accent are you trying to do?
Scottish. I'm trying to do Scottish.
Okay.
"Pleasure to meet you, T." I'm just going to use my normal voice. "Pleasure to meet you, T. I've heard so much about you. My name is Bronwyn."
I have a like an out of character question. Well, sure. I've heard her name in the cobweb at any point if she's like a big figure.
Give me an intelligence plus, I'm going to give you an unusual roll here, an intelligence plus all speaks.
I'm not going to add anything to it because
1. Maybe, but it's a lot of haze in there. But you've definitely heard of the name Bronwyn before, like an Elysium every now and then.
I wouldn't know who she is, but I would have heard the name. Mm-hmm. Is kind of what I was getting at.
So she extends her hand out, smiling at you.
I don't smile, but I do shake her hand.
"Please take a seat, T. I've heard so much about you, and I'm so glad to finally be face to face."
Not many people say that to me these days.
Well, as is the nature for our kind, Malkavians, madmen, they all look down on us. They all think that we're unstable, that we're, that we're not to be trusted fully, but, you know, both me and you understand that a Malkavian can be far more than just a court jester.
I nod.
Suppose Newbury doesn't help our reputation much. I'm assuming you've met our illustrious Malkavian Primogen.
The salesman.
Salesman. That's a neat name for him. Salesman. Tries to sell you on bullshit, and eventually you find yourself buying and buying until you're up your neck in debt. And what that debt is, well, I don't know. I hear rumors, but I don't want to speak idle gossip. You're probably wondering why I asked you to be here.
Just about to ask.
Well, I don't know if you know much about the Blue Velvet or my business, but basically what we do is there's a circulatory system. Have you heard of that? Give me an intelligence plus politics. Sure.
The worst fucking rolls.
You haven't heard of it. No. You can try to bluff it if you want.
I don't even know what those words are. No, I'll just be honest and say no.
That's okay. It's kind of it's part of our modus operandi. If you don't need us, you're not going to hear about us. But I mean, you know about Ventrue, right? And how they have peculiar tastes. Well, sometimes it's hard for them to just look for those tastes on the streets, so that's where I come in. Help secure vessels that might be appropriate. Or maybe other kindred, if they're wanting to drink a certain emotion, I try to provide that for them. At a price, of course.
Okay. Where does that leave me?
Well, I mean, I see potential in you. You know, the city is in chaos, but, you know, the way that Jackson treated you, I don't agree with that. You know, I have seen many Malkavians with promising futures fall to their madness, to their banes, to the cobweb that connects us all. And I don't want to see another one wasted. So, what I'm offering to you is that I guide you through the night. That I help you out. You work for me. You work for the circulatory system. And I can offer you a new place. I can offer you anything you want.
I have been looking to relocate.
Yeah, a lot of people know where you are. And considering everything that's happened, well, it's not gonna take much time for the House of Cards to fall down as it may, and perhaps the chaos will find its way to you.
Suppose.
So,
just have one concern.
What's your concern?
I don't do kids.
We can work with that.
I know. I just know.
Yeah. And Bronwyn will extend her hand out again and say, "So it's a deal."
I'll shake her hand.
Cool. You shake, and as you're shaking Bronwyn's hand, she says, "Oh, one other thing. You know, we all have the cobwebs, the whispers, the network, as it used to be called. I'm connected into that, but I've noticed that you've been having some trouble trying to shut it out. I can help you with that, trying to silence the voices. I can tell you how you can try. It never fully goes away, but I've got some ways that can help."
I'm interested.
Cool. Well, how about we start tonight?
Sure.
With a deal made with Bronwyn, you are pulled back to the present day, 2.5 months later. You're recovering on the ground, the bones have remended, your shattered spine has pulled itself back together, And you use the techniques that Bronwyn taught you, the meditation techniques of how to silence the whispers. And that works. It's silent. You no longer hear the whispers of the boy, the jade, the butcher, the shadow, and the madhouse. Now it's just onlookers looking on, concerned at you. With your bike nearby and you fully recovered, what do you do?
I'm gonna slowly sit up whilst also stretching these newly formed muscles and bones, so to speak. Groan. I'm gonna sit up and I'm just gonna get to my feet. I presume I'm wearing a helmet.
Yeah, you are.
I'm gonna dust myself off, even though it's my jacket is probably cut. My gloves are probably cut. There's probably a few cracks on my helmet.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look around and
there's a small crowd that look on in amazement.
Fuck this. Yeah, I'm just well, fuck this, and I'm gonna go get my bike and just pretend like there's nobody there, get on it, and take off again. Attempt to.
You roar off the asylum away. The crowd looks amazed at this, but obviously, you're wearing your helmet. You're in a bike that probably doesn't have a license. Well, it has a license plate you could probably easily swap out if you need to. Nothing's going to really come of this. And besides, Chicago is in a bit of a state right now, so anything that might happen might take some time to come back to you. That's when we cut away. And we cut over to Ace, as the meeting has finished at the Riverdale Community Center. You're staying behind with Marcel as you're saying your final goodbyes to the attendants. After the final one leaves, Marcel sits on one of the pews nearby, one of the long seats, the benches. And he pats it and he says, "Come, have a seat with me, my friend."
I go sit.
That was a very moving speech, yeah? Thank you for doing me the favor.
Yeah, I was practicing in a mirror. I think I nailed it.
I would say you more than nailed it, my boy. I'm very proud of you. I hope you know that.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Tell me, we barely see each other these nights. What is in the life of Ace from the CIA? What is he doing these nights? Are you still with the CIA? We'll answer that a little bit later, but you can dismiss it for now.
Just on the internet, playing games.
Playing one of those computer games.
Yeah,
I've
tried.
I've tried a few times myself. I can't quite get the ambidextrous. I keep on looking up while I'm moving forward with the other. I can't just. Yeah, it's not with. Too old for that.
Yeah, I hope I don't get too old for that. Not like I get old, really.
Well, you tend to keep your skills, that you had when you were mortal. The video games went well. We had the Pong when I was mortal, but they've become a little bit more advanced since then.
Yeah. So how have you been?
Oh, you understand the way that the city is. No, it's fractured. There's many problems here, especially after, the nights, but it's been busy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I know. That's, that night kind of changed everything.
Yeah. But it's also an opportunity, An opportunity not for me, I'm too old for that kind of game, but maybe an opportunity for you, to decide where you sit on this grand scale. These warring lines all over Chicago. It's exciting.
Yeah. I think it's time to start making the most of things.
Yeah, I would agree. You've mentioned to me a few times about being able to be more powerful. I'm hesitant to tell you about how, but is that still something you are thinking of?
Yes.
There is a way to be more powerful, a way to attain higher power very quickly, but you're too young. Can't tell you this. It's taboo, very taboo.
Tired of hearing I'm too young, I'm a baby.
No, this
grown-ass
isn't
man.
about being a baby. This is about knowing the toll it can take and the price you have to pay for such power.
I mean, I already paid a price for something I didn't even wanted to begin with.
Marcel will stand up. We'll walk away. Give me a wits insight, please.
It's inside.
Do you want to reroll any of that?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Reroll 3. Oh, 2. You can reroll 2. Unless you want to reroll that 7.
I roll 2.
3. Marcel is pacing back and forth. You can tell that something is troubling him. He's fighting within himself right now. He says, when I say it is taboo, it is very, very taboo. The Anarchs don't like it. The Camarilla definitely don't like it. But there is something you could do. As I said, I am hesitant to tell you. Maybe not this night, but I will tell you one night. And he kind of stops. And he's... I should stop myself. I nearly told you what it was. You shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't bring this up. If you do, you'll be seen as a pariah.
What's that?
Sorry, did you say what's that?
Oh yeah, I'm asking Marcel. Like, what does he mean?
He mumbles. I will merely tell you, it is a ritual. Have you heard of the Sabbat?
Yeah, I read up a bit.
They had this practice. No, it's not just them, but they were reveling in it. It's a practice called diablerie.
What's that?
Draining the soul and the blood of another kindred, draining them dry. Gives you immense power. But as I said, it's taboo. You shouldn't even consider that.
So, how we drain humans, but a kindred?
Yes. I've spoken too much. I've spoken too much. Don't, please, remove this from your mind, Ace. I just want to give you all the answers so you know all the options in front of you. But the toll it takes on you to drain another kindred, it's not worth it.
It's not worth getting higher power?
No. As I said, there's the social aspect of it. If anyone discovered what you did, what you're going to do, you'd be killed. But yes, it does give you immense power.
Well, I don't care for the Anarchs or the Camarilla. I'll think about it.
I shouldn't have said anything. I regret. And Marcel puts his hand in his face. Give me a wits insight, please. Oh, sorry, a wits awareness.
Okay. Can I arouse the blood?
Yeah, you can arouse the blood.
Cool work. All right, so when I do a rousing check,
You
do I
add 3
like,
dice. 3 dice
add
because
3
of your
dice,
blood
right.
potency.
So you said awareness and wits?
Wits insight. We'll just go with wits insight.
Okay.
Okay. As he's covering his face, you hear a noise. It's just brief. Marcel is normally very composed, he's very hard to read, but you hear a little noise. And at first you think it's a cry, a whimper. Then in the back of your mind you think, is that a laugh? Is that a little giggle that he just had as he's like covering his face? And he just says, please put it out of your mind, Ace.
It's like we never talked about it.
Thank you. You stand up and leave. And that's when your phone goes off. Well, actually, sorry, what's going through your mind, I should ask, before the phone goes off? What are you thinking in this moment?
I'm thinking about what T told me in the car about Marcel, or about just people in general, of, kind of being sneaky. Also what my sire said as well, kind of just playing back in my head. And also the Nosferatu. I think his name was Wanika. Yeah, just thinking about all those people that kind of give me a warning. But then, But then I'm also thinking about what happened with the Wolfpack leader. What happened with that night when we lost T to the prince, and also my grandfather.
As you think about these conflicting thoughts, that giggle, that cry, that also stings in your head. You're not sure what it was. Perhaps Marcel is very good at hiding things. Perhaps this was a mere crack, something he's hiding. But either way, he told you to get it out of your mind, so at least for now, you're not thinking about it, but it is definitely still there somewhere in your subconscious. And as you walk out of the community centre, that's when you receive a text. It's a drunk text from your friend, Daryl, saying that you should catch up at Asylum tonight. Daryl's in desperate need for some R&R. Do you text back?
Yeah, text. Okay, boo.
Seeing the message from Daryl brings back the memory of the two of you meeting again for the first time in months, the first time since you became a Kindred. In Otolli's Diner in downtown, as we fade out to a flashback 2.5 months ago. Ace, you are left in your thoughts in Otolli's Diner when Daryl messaged you saying that he was finally back in town. So much had changed. He was finally back in town. So much has changed for you in that time that you last spoke. You felt like a completely different person than the rookie recruit that the CIA had and was investigating the disappearance of Asile Rivera. What should you say? What should you do? You're not sure. But as you're going through the potential scenarios, having conversations in your mind, that's when Daryl walks in. A beaming smile from your friend as he looks tired, there's bags under his eyes. Puts you slightly at ease, and he just says, "Fuck, Ace, come on, bring it in, man."
What's up, man? You've been gone.
Gives you a hug, if you allow him.
Yeah, of course.
Here's a question. What have you blushed of life to appear mortal?
To appear mortal? Fuck, I don't know.
This is like rousing the blood, but I'm not going to make you rouse the blood since this is a flashback. So it's pretty much a question of would you have done that or would have you not thought of that at all?
Out of what? This 2 period more like
More
mortal?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even. If that was like months ago, I wouldn't even think about it.
Okay, cool. He's hugging you and he's like, "Oh Jesus, you're really cold, man. Fuck, you all right?"
Yeah, just got a little, just got a little cold. Like the sickness, I'm so sick.
All right. Well, I mean, let's have a seat. And he sits down in the booth across from you. And he's like, "Well, I've heard that you haven't really been in the office lately,
Yeah, just been working, from home. I got the pro setup, me, thinking about taking some night shifts, or just working at home if they,
All right. Well, I mean, look, is everything all right? You taking up night shifts, burning the candle at both ends?
Yeah, just I just been kind of dealing with some stuff here and there, especially what happened at the university, dude. That was wild.
Yeah, were you I told you not to fucking go there. Were you there?
Yeah, I was just hanging out because of I knew somebody that was going there and they told me to go. And then all that happened. Then you texted me and you're being kind of sussy.
Give me a manipulation subterfuge.
Manipulation subterfuge. Where's that? Okay. Shit. Can I roll some blood for this?
Yeah. 3 extra dice. Oh, well, it's a flashback, so it's kind of... I'm going to say no, because it's a flashback, and you can't really gain hunger in this flashback, so I'm going to say no.
Mofo. All right, fair enough. I said manipulation.
Yeah, manipulation subterfuge.
Well...
Yeah, he's just like...
Rip.
Right. I mean, look, I know how much you're wanting to be part of the CIA, but you gotta stop being honest with me, man. I mean, I can't tell you what's going on, but shit is going down. Shit that you didn't even realize, man. It's fucked. I've seen so much shit. I can't tell you about it, man. I can't tell you.
And why not? I thought we were being more honest.
It's higher in the chain of command than me, buddy. This is some... You remember how we used to get high and, talk about the Illuminati and talk about all of that stuff?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, kind of like that, but real. His tone just goes very serious.
You saying the Illuminati's not real?
He laughs and he's just like, well, okay, maybe not how we were talking about it, but
yeah.
Look, I'm scared. I'm gonna be honest. I'm fucking terrified, man. I've seen stuff. I saw things that made me question my fabric of existence here on this earth. I tried to talk to the General Silas, to say, hey, I got my friend here, Ace. He would be great. He's a night owl. He can do all this shit. But with your record lately, man, he's not wanting to bring you in.
What do you mean, my record?
Well, you're taking these night shifts, skipping the odd night. There was a week where you didn't really talk to anyone.
I just got sick, just personal stuff.
Yeah, well, there's getting sick and there's just not calling up, You can say you're sick all you want, but if you don't call... Look, I can't... I really want to tell you about this shit, man. It's fucked. It is so fucked. I just came back from New York. Oh, man. I mean, you heard about the earthquakes there, right? There's been some earthquakes in New York, very heavy earthquakes.
Yeah, weren't they 7 or something like that?
Yeah, it's... Look, it's... He's just as I said, I can't talk about it, man. And look, I know how I get when I'm around you, I told you about the university, about how we're looking into it, and then next minute you're over there? I can't. Listen, I think we just need a little bit of time, you know? Just wanted to see you to let you know that I just need some time to work and rethink, and I can't have you around because I know I'm gonna fucking slip up. And if I slip up, he leans in really close and he's just like, it's my head, you know? More than just my job. That's how deep this shit is. I'm sorry, man, but I can't risk it.
I see. I understand.
Hey, look, you know, just get your head down, do some more day shifts. Maybe, you know, Silas will see your record and start to think, hey, this guy might be a good guy, a good candidate, and we can hang out again. But, man, like right now, fuck.
Oh, just putting a good word in for me.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing every day.
Appreciate it.
Right. Okay, well. He turns to the waitress and he's just like, waitress has sort of come up at this point. He's just like, I'll have a coffee, but to go. And, you know, I gotta. And she nods and goes to leave. Well, she nods and then she turns to you, Ace. Do you order anything?
Nah, I was just leaving already. Thanks.
Hey, look, man, don't. Look, as I said, I'm gonna have to, you know, part ways for the meantime, but, you know, how about we just hang out a little bit tonight, you know, while I wait for my coffee? Have a talk about the good old days.
Maybe next time.
Right. Maybe next time. See you around, Ace.
See you, Daryl.
As you walk out, leaving this mortal connection behind, this sense of loss, this sense of this hole that's in your heart. Starts to feel like there's a pit just inside of you, this emptiness. As you walk away, give me a wits awareness, please. With a 2, as you go to exit the door, you take one last look at Daryl, but just a brief glance. And that's when you see he's holding up his phone and pointing it at you. And quickly, as he sees that you're looking, he just hides it and tries to look casually away. And just waves at you and just, see you later, man. We pull back from this flashback 2.5 months ago. As we go back to Riverdale, as Ace is walking away deep in his thoughts about his last memories with Daryl. Perhaps it's been enough time, but you know, you do miss the bastard. You were sad about what just happened, or what happened 2.5 months ago, but he's messaging you for a reason. And so you may as well go see him. You walk down the street and you head towards your Ford Mustang. However, as you head towards your Ford Mustang, a woman in a red hoodie is leaning up against it, blowing a bubble from some bubble gum. As you walk up, do you say or do anything?
Why is your ass in my car?
She turns. And she goes to punch you. Give me an athletics plus dexterity. And I'm not going to allow you to put your presence on this just because she's taking you off guard.
So athletics and what? Dexterity.
You can rouse the blood if you want, but I'm not going to allow you to put it.
There's no way. That's All right. Shit. Okay. Well, 4
Use a
successes. I will rouse the blood on that one, actually.
You gain a hunger as the beast is inside you. This moment of fear just flickers within you.
Do I get more dice or?
Yeah, 3 dice, yeah. You still get a dice even though you fail, but you just gain a hunger.
Fair enough. All right, so athletics and dexterity. With +3 bad boy dices.
You're very fast. You don't even have a chance to activate celerity. You know, if you did, you probably would be able to dodge this easily, but you just kind of get whiffed in the jaw. Doesn't hurt you very much, and you take 1 superficial damage as you're just kind of reeling back as this woman's hit you. As you're reeling back as she's hit you, she blows a bubble in your face, and she just says, "That was for fucking Genghis!" And then another voice from nearby says, "Jennifer, stop!" She blows a bubble in your face and walks away. You look over to the origin of the voice and you see a woman with a half-shaved head. You've heard of her before, Anita Wainwright, one of the barons of Chicago. And she goes up to you and she's looking at you with sympathy in her eyes, and she just says, I'm sorry about that. She's just a little wound up over, well, you know.
Clearly. So, what do you want, Baron?
I was waiting for you to come out of the Riverdale Community Center with the way that the city is, and I was afraid that, 1LK might find me and shoot me down. Gonna have to move out of Riverdale, I think. This is their territory now. But while I was here, I wanted to come see you. Do you remember James? Of course you remember James. He was all over the news.
He's a badass. Beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen him?
Not since that night.
Yeah. That's what concerns me. That night, he was meant to come see me.
So, what do you want?
Look, if you know where he is, you don't have to tell me. Just, if he's hiding out somewhere, just give him a message and tell him that, he's always got a safe haven with me. He was always a good Anarch.
I tried looking for him. I couldn't find anything. I have no idea where he's at, but if I somehow connect to him, I'll let him know.
Yeah. And look, I'm sorry about Jennifer again. She's wound up. She thinks that, you and the Malkavian T started this whole Cammy campaign that's against Genghis, Out of character, real quick. There's a blood hunt on Genghis right now, but we'll go into why during a flashback. But just so you know.
Does my character know why?
Yeah, your character knows why. But just in the terms of story, we're not going to discuss why.
And do I have any? Am I involved in there, or would I even
tangentially involved? Yeah.
Oh. Hey, it's out of my hands.
Yeah, I know. That's what I tried telling her, But that's fine. Anyway, I better get moving. If I stay here too long and one of Olaf's goons comes out, Balthazar or whoever else that he's got running around with him, yeah, I'll probably be dead. So, as I said, we're moving. And if you ever want to join the cause, well, ask around some Anarch bars. I'm sure word will get back to me.
Yeah, better skedaddle before One-Eyed Willie's men come around.
Yeah, she walks away. And Ace, you jump in your vehicle, slightly wounded. I think more your ego is bruised than anything. start up your Ford Mustang. Oh, sorry, are you going to say something?
No, just a thought. It's like, man, why didn't I dodge it easily? I should have been able to dodge it easily. But I'm just more concerned with that.
You start up the Ford Mustang and you drive off. Okay. And we cut from that scene. As we cut over to, if I can get the music started, that would be great. Here we go. Thank you. To the Asylum. With a final desperate rush to get everything together, tonight's opening for the Asylum has finally begun. A line has snaked around the corner for those that still marvel at Chicago's new hotspot for the counterculture scene. Having a glance out of a giant window that overlooks the street, Elyse, you see the colourful patrons for tonight. While there's a heavy goth presence there, there's also some youths that appear like they want to see what this is all about. A taste of the counterculture that the Asylum offers. There's a moment of silence as the workers prepare for yet another busy night. Actually, give me 1 second. There's a silence as you're thinking about, how this night has gone so far, this meeting with the D's. And then suddenly the loud music starts to blare over the speakers. While there is a band here tonight, they aren't expected to play for a few hours yet, so in the meantime, loud EDM is being played. The doors open and patrons spill into the Asylum. As they begin to make their way towards the bar and the dance floor, Elyse, you move to the balcony and you start scanning them. Perhaps hoping in the back of your mind that tonight is the night. That tonight you're going to look down and you'll see him wander through the doors of your new home, Ben Bates. As you lean against the railing, surveying the people entering, ready to have a good time, you hear Chad behind you. And he just says, "Looks like we're in for another busy night, ma'am."
Sure does. Good job taking care of everything, Chad.
It's all I can really do, I'm just trying my best. Chad is going to stand next to you, and he's just going to say, "Thank you again for this opportunity. As you know, I looked everywhere for you after I saw you that night, but I'm so glad I found you finally, Fired from my old job, you've given me an opportunity here, and I'm not going to waste it."
Of course.
Is everything all right with you, ma'am? You seem to be a bit distant.
Things are just how they're supposed to be right now. We just need to wait and see what happens next. And then I'm just gonna pat him on the shoulder.
Well, let me know if there's anything you need me to do, ma'am. I will do. If there's anything you need, I will be more than willing to do it.
I'm actually a little hungry.
Of course. He moves. He knows exactly what that means. He goes to the office. When he's in the office, it's just you and him. What do you do?
I'm just going to bite his neck, and I'm going to take 1 hunger so that I'm back down to 1.
Okay. You bite into his neck. The ecstasy of the kiss lingers into him. And of course, you have lingering kiss. You're pulling this mortal further and further, winding them further and further around your finger. And as the ecstasy ends, you look the wound closed. And Chad will lean back and he'll say, through whispered breath, "Thank you for that, ma'am."
Anytime, Chad. And then I'll leave him in my office, which I'm assuming there's probably like a business type couch, like a leather type couch against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just let him rest there, and I'll just tell him, take your time.
He does. And you walk back out to your club, to the Asylum, as patrons are beginning to congregate within booths, and on the dance floor, the pulsating music from the speakers reverberate through you. You can feel the bass shaking your bones. And your mind is brought back to after you left Chicago, to when you went to Washington, D.C. The night that you searched for your errant sire. This is about 2.5 months ago. The nightlife in Washington, D.C. hadn't changed much since Elyse was last here. Still the same hotspots, still the same people, albeit older. It was as if the city had been running in place since you left. So, it was Elise's hope that you would be able to find your sire here, Angelique Stravinsky, in the most popular nightclub within Washington on the Embassy Row, Cosmos Club. While Elise's relationship with her sire had soured dramatically before she had left the city, she hoped that Angelique would be able to provide Elyse with contacts in the city that you had long forgotten and lost. You needed these contacts in order to restart your investigation into bin Bates. Just give me 1 second. There we go. And as you moved through the throng of humanity, you looked around this crowded club for any sign of her. Seeing through the loud atmosphere and pulsating lights and chaos was very hard, but after a few hours of waiting and searching, you were ready to give up. Maybe try somewhere else. That's when you saw her. You saw Angelique at a booth talking to a number of people. She looked as elegant as ever, as elegant as the night that she embraced you. Her posture and her brown hair swaying with controlled movement. Next to her was her lover, the warlock, Peter Van Dorn. A pit of jealousy starts to well up within you as you saw that their off and off again relationship was clearly still back on. Or was clearly still on, or back on at the very least. Perhaps they'd broken up a few times since you last left. You're not sure. So you approach. What do you do when you approach?
I'm nervous because I want her to like me. So I'm gonna approach and I'm gonna be a little bit reserved and I'm going to just yell out her name. Angelique.
That you do. Once you're in earshot of her in this loud club, you yell out her name. The mere call of her name silences this group, and she looks towards you. Now, you were expecting a look of shock, maybe regret, maybe even fear that you'd come back for revenge. But you didn't expect the expression that she gave you, or she gives you that night. Nothing. A complete lack of emotion. As she looks at you with a slightly puzzled face and says, I'm sorry. Do I know you?
You should know me.
She looks at her friends. She turns to Peter, who's just like leaning into his head, and she's just like, Peter, my dear, I'm sorry. This obviously is something that I need to address right now. Please wait for me. And she gets up from the table, walks towards you, grabs you by the arm very forcefully, and pulls you to another booth. And she says, I remember you.
Oh, you do.
Elena, was it?
Elyse.
Elyse! Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm such an airhead sometimes, you know? I'm really sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Angelique. I'm not here for anything. I can see you're engaged. I can see that you're busy. I just need information. And you owe me that much.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm starting to come back, you know. Been around as long as I have, it all starts to blur together. But yeah. What information?
I need information on Ben Bates. I've been investigating him pretty much since you
That's right.
abandoned
That's
me.
the model that you. That's right. And it's like she's starting to. Got it, Elyse. You were paralegal, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, damn. That was only 5 years ago. How do I not remember that? Well,
You
sorry, it'd be
must be
longer than
very
that. 10
busy.
years ago. 10 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Look. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's come back to me now. Yeah. 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 Look. You're right. I do owe you that much. What I did was unfair. I didn't care for you. You were just a thing to make Peter jealous. And I'm sorry for that. But, tell me where you are and I'll get you what you need.
Am I in Chicago at this point? I'm not, right? I'm
No, you're in Washington. Yeah, you're in Washington, yeah.
Okay, then I'll give her where I'm staying at temporarily in Washington.
And that you do, and probably once that's done, you walk away, having finished the conversation, not wanting anything else to do with the sire who genuinely forgot you. And perhaps that creates an anger in you. But you walk away. You go to your temporary haven in Washington, D.C. You wait a few nights, you don't hear anything, and eventually you start thinking, she's just gonna not do anything. That's when you get a knock on the door. Angelique arrives and she has a folder in her hands, a very thick folder, and she puts it in front of you and gives it to you. And she just says, I hope this is what you're looking for.
It's more than I have at the moment. Everything I had was lost.
Yeah. I just want you to know I genuinely don't. I genuinely regret what happened. And I regret that you were a pawn and all that. You didn't deserve that. You're such a beautiful flower, Elyse. And I'm sorry that I'm so lost. But Peter, I'm back with Peter again. He's wonderful.
Yes, I see that.
Sometimes when I'm around him, I just get swept up. I'm a romantic at heart, but I do care. And I'll try not to forget you this time.
Well, I won't hold my breath.
Angelique nods at that. She goes to walk out. You start looking through these documents, and that's when you find the connection. You find the name of the group that Ben Bates bankrolls, the House of Enteros, a self-help group run by the Edens.
Shit.
And that's where we're going to cut from this flashback and go over to Lou and Tommy. Lou, you in the passenger seat as Tommy is driving. You're going through a small town called Gary, Indiana. Driving through this, it looks to be a war zone almost at certain places. But Chicago is finally in sight. You can see the skyline of the city. Tommy's just like, well, it looks like our trip's coming to an end, thank God.
I hope so. I'm tired of traveling like this.
Yeah. So we go to Asylum. Got it loaded up on the maps. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to look for a place for us to stay, or?
Yes, that would be best.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to sleeping on a bed.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I know you don't exactly, have to feel comfort to sleep, but my back's been aching.
No, but I still want to feel like a person sometimes.
Especially what we've been through. All right. as you're driving through Gary, Indiana, you hear the loud, pulsating music just reverberating through. Look in the rearview mirror. You see the blue sedan from earlier speeding up behind you. As they reach the overpass, as you both reach the overpass leading into Chicago, this group starts to speed up to you at very, very fast speeds. But as soon as the blue sedan becomes parallel with you, it starts to slow down to match your pace. Tommy is looking at you just like, Lou, this is bad.
This is very bad.
They start throwing bottles at the car as Tommy is desperately trying to stay on the lane. They start veering towards and just ramming into you. You're in the passenger seat. You get jolted. Are you gonna do anything?
Maybe what can I do? Just gotta.
I'm gonna say you probably have a gun if you want to try to start shooting, but the passengers inside this blue sedan are just like, woo, bang, bang.
Well, I guess I would just try to shoot at the tires then.
Cool. Give me a composure plus firearms -2 because you're in a moving vehicle right now. Actually, it'd be -3 because it's a cooled shot as well. So -3. It might just completely nerf you, but we'll see.
Yep.
Cool. You pop off a few shots, but like with the car just like veering into you, you're just kind of shooting in the air. They see that you're starting to shoot, and then they start throwing more bottles until eventually the driver just looks over at you, smiles again with that fang smile before speeding off in front and just driving off into the night as Tommy is just like, fuck. He actually stops the car. And you see the blue sedan just disappear into the freeway. And Tommy turns to you and he just says, the fuck was that all about?
Well, they found us. We need to get where we're going fast.
Yeah. Fuck, we don't want to, better get the fuck out of here. He starts speeding off. And that is where we're gonna cut to Jack. Now, Jack, you've been on your motorcycle, traveling through Chicago to go to your contact, Scott Carlo, a Kindred, who gives you what you need. But as you're about a block away, you see a white van parked outside. What would your reaction be?
As in, I'm pulling up to where I know Scott to be.
Yeah, you're about a block away. Let's say you turn a corner, you're about a block away, and you see this white van outside with people like loading stuff into this van, like what looks to be like big wooden crates.
Yeah, can I make out anything as what they are? And I'm just gonna kind of drive the speed limit, or maybe like a couple of miles an hour under the speed limit, just so it's like sort of casual, go past, to kind of scope out what's happening.
So what are you trying to make out here?
I'm just going to try and get a feel for if people are loading things in. First of all, I'm going to see if I can see Scott as I drive past. Second, I'm just sort of trying to get an idea of what they're loading.
Okay, cool. So give me a intelligence plus resolve +1.
Cool.
Do you want to willpower that?
Yeah, I do. And is that how many dice?
3 dice, because 3 failures there.
Ugh.
2 in total.
Right.
Okay. You've seen, as you're like just driving the speed limit, trying to keep an eye, like trying not to be too obvious. You've seen crates like that before, but you can't quite place it. You've definitely seen those kind of crates before, but they're being loaded from Scott's house. But what you also notice is Scott is there and he's arguing with the people who are like taking the crates into the van. He doesn't seem to notice you. At the very least, you turn a corner, let's say, before he can look out and see that you're there. But you do notice that he's arguing with these people who are loading crates in, like saying, "This isn't part of the fucking deal! I want to talk to your goddamn boss right now!"
All right, so I'll pull up around the corner and just, make sure that no one else is around where I'm going to leave my bike. And I'll walk up. Yeah.
Cool. You pull your bike into an alleyway, and then you start turning around a corner. Now, as you start to turn the corner, it's when you hear a voice. You see somebody emerge from the van, a bald man with scars all over his face. He hasn't noticed you. Let's say what's happened is you've just come up to seeing this, and as soon as you saw that something's changing here, you're just gonna have a look and see what's going on. As I find the track. Here we go. And the bald man exits, and you see in his hand he's holding a bottle. And you hear him with this gravelly voice just say, "Motherfucker, the deal has changed." He lights a lighter, burning a bit of cloth that's in the bottle before just throwing it at Scott. And Scott just bursts into flames, screaming. And the other guys are just kind of looking like, "What the fuck?" And he says, "Vex Vate, I ain't paying you to fucking sit around and watch someone burn. Fill that fucking truck. We have revenge tonight. We're gonna go after that goddamn Malkavian, that goddamn caitiff. There's gonna be blood through the streets of Chicago, baby." They nod very quickly before they start loading faster. Scott's just burning on the street as he falls to his knees. What's your reaction to this, Jack?
It's too late to help him. My emotional reaction to seeing him getting caught on fire is, fuck. I'm gonna need another way to get that stuff now.
So, hearing about the Malkavian and the caitiff, you've heard stories, obviously, of the group that brought Chicago to the current chaos it is. And hearing about bloodshed, well, maybe something inside you goes, "You might want to be part of that."
I'm thinking to myself, I don't like these Vex Vitae motherfuckers because they have inconvenienced me tonight. And maybe if I can ingratiate myself with the Malkavian and the caitiff, maybe they can help me out with what Scott was helping me out with.
Exactly. So, you bide your time. Go back to your motorcycle, jump on, and get ready to follow this van. Let's say, track the van. Now we're about 2.5 hours in. Do we need another break, gang, or do we just carry on?
Let's keep going. I'm good.
Let's keep going. All right.
Keep rolling.
Let's keep LARPing.
So, T, you're the first to arrive at the asylum. You arrive there and wait for Sasha. Are you going to wait inside or are you going to go inside?
First.
Oh, IRL?
Because I am, in game, I'm in fucking these ragged clothes. First of all, I need to take them off and store them somewhere on my bike, and then I need to make sure that my actual underclothes aren't.
Your actual suit is fine. It's you might have a little bit of scratches on the some grazes on the blazer part of it, but if you just to take the blazer off and just go like you are now, you look down at yourself and everything looks fine.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
The weapon I have might be a little bit exposed, but it's fine.
Cool. So, you go inside the asylum. And around this time is when Ace also arrives at the asylum. He pulls up in his Ford Mustang. What's Ace thinking right now in terms of he's going to see his friend Daryl?
Well, he wants to put in like he knows nothing, but ever since that night when he talked to him, he knows that Daryl is my best friend, but I also kind of nervous about him. Like I'm starting to lose trust. So let's see what he has in store for me.
Okay. So, you get out of the vehicle, start walking towards the asylum. You've heard about it before. It's a club that has opened up recently. You haven't had a chance to visit this place yet. But you head on inside. The loud music pulsates with many of the patrons entering and leaving. Now, T, one thing I will mention is that place that was under construction, the thing that you would notice is that this is the place that was under construction.
Yep.
So, Ace enters. Elyse, you're at your balcony gazing over the patrons, hoping that Ben Bates will enter, and that's when you see T enter. You haven't seen him since that night 3 months ago. You look down at T as he enters, just following him with your eyes, and that's when Ace also enters. Very odd. Your old coterie seems to be reuniting here.
Would I notice that T has a weapon that is mildly visible?
T, do you have a weapon?
I have a knife in the back waistband, but knives aren't particularly thick, so you might see the hilt part, sort of like, you know, a small print over the waistcoat, but you won't visibly be able to see a weapon.
Okay. I'm not gonna necessarily go down right away. I'm gonna observe from a distance because I have a nice vantage point.
Ace, when you're looking through, scanning through for Daryl, that's when you see someone you haven't seen for quite a wee while. You see T.
Well, I run if I can.
Yeah, you can. You got to push through some people, but it's fine. It's not that big a deal. Like, as soon as you hit some people, they'll like just move out of the way. You're not doing it very hard. You're just kind of more pushing through them. T, you hear someone running up behind you. The paranoia inside you goes, "Oh God, am I about to be attacked?"
Yes.
So, what would your reaction be?
Awareness.
Oh, you don't have to roll. I'm not going to make you roll for this.
I'm just gonna roll it.
Gonna willpower any of that?
I don't notice.
Cool. All right. Ace, T is just seemingly looking around the club for someone, like checking a phone. He has a phone. T didn't used to have a phone. He's got a phone now. But you've caught up to him at this point. He hasn't noticed that you're there.
I put my hand on his shoulder and spin him around.
I punch him in the face.
And I dodge.
Yeah, give me an athletics plus dexterity plus your celerity, Ace. T, give me a strength plus brawl.
You said what? Celerity? Wait, what?
I'm also-
So plus your rating and celerity. So how many dots you have in celerity, you get that as a bonus.
Oh, cool.
Guys, don't think I'm a dick, but I'm blood searching this.
I will as well.
There it is.
Fine.
Elyse is just going to see all of this.
Ooh, dude, good luck with that 3 you got there, buddy. So athletics and dexterity, and my modifier.
Watch him get worse.
My modifier is 6.
Jinxed himself.
Modifier 6. Modifier will be 3. Oh, wait, what's your rating and celerity?
3.
Yeah. So it'd be modified. Oh, wait, your rouse is a 6. Yeah, you're right. So I forgot your rouse.
What's the security like in this club? Like, for real? Like,
well, I mean, your head of security right now is still recovering.
yeah.
Okay, 6.
Like, would Jeanette have set up some some stuff, or am I in charge of everything?
Chad's in charge of it.
Okay.
Basically, T, you go to punch, and that's when Ace just ducks. I'm going to say nothing happens. It's just a quick moment. You see this, Elyse? The bouncers look up at you, and they get ready to move.
And I wave them off, and then I start to go towards them because, like, come on, don't cause a scene in the middle of the club on opening night. Oh my God.
BTM, do it, you fucking won't.
But T and Ace, T, you're seeing the boy. The boy is there, the whispers of the boy. And we're gonna move back to 3 months ago. Now, this one's going to be narration heavy, everyone, so I apologize for that. But we're getting to the point where it's not going to be narration heavy, so I'm very happy about that. So, T and Ace are running away. So this is 3 months ago, the night that they were at Bridgeport. So this is directly after they picked up the files, they heard the people enter. T and Ace run away from the house in Bridgeport, bullets ricocheting through the neighborhood. Ace has these files, the folder, securely in his arms. And, there was also a videotape there as well. As you escape your assailants that came into the house. The melee inside during their escape, that's not important. The important thing is that they escaped with information. We cut forward in time as they have the stuff. Back in Ace's Haven, as they review through the evidence that they've absconded with in Lieutenant Peterson's place. Obviously, T would have, I'm guessing, told Ace about the dead body that was in the basement of the lieutenant.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Not that it particularly matters, to be completely honest.
I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it, but I would have, tossed it in there at one point.
But in these files, as you review them, both of you, you see a typed up report of the incident. Loretta James was working the night of the theft of the factory outside of Chicago. It was her that dispatched Chicago PD to a bomb threat on the Gold Coast. But upon arriving, it was determined to be a false alarm. There was no call on record as well to 911 regarding any kind of bomb threat. So Loretta was placed on suspension during the investigation. The report also makes a connection to something that happened around the same time, which was the robbery at the factory, the robbery that Martin told the coterie that what was stolen from the factory could have been made into explosives, into bombs, and it was done by Vexed Vitae. So in the report, there are images, some CCTV footage showing masked men breaking in to steal parts for the explosives. One of the pictures shows a bald man with scars all over his face, directing the men in the factory, and with him, the Anarch Baron, Genghis. With these findings, the two don't have to wait long. About a night later, the harpy of the Camarilla, Brett Stryker, would come to visit them, to announce an emergency Elysium in the Succubus Club that night. They figure, well, this is as good as any to present to Prince Jackson what they've found. They've, at the very least, discovered some of the parties involved in the explosion. And so you head to the Succubus Club. However, arriving there, there's an undeniable tension within the air. Something big was happening. Both of them could feel it. The Kindred of Chicago were all separated into different groups, talking to one another. Eventually, Waneka would appear and say to follow him. And so they do. Is there anything that you would say to the Hound of the Camarilla as he's leading you through some corridors? Just remain silent.
Am I just not worried about the whole Kevin thing, or?
Are you going to say anything? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this will be the point that you might say it.
No, I just kind of thought like I would be a bit cautious. Maybe like I would enter the place obfuscated and then unobfuscate when I saw that I wasn't in immediate danger.
Yeah, and that's, I think, that's probably what happened. We'll say that did happen. Sorry, I did have to narrate a lot there, so that's fine. We'll say that did happen. So in terms of that, while you're walking through the hallways, is there anything like so? Neither of you are going to say anything to Wanika as he's leading you through. Wanika will break the silence and he'll say,
Yes. I hope you have some findings of your investigation into the explosion.
Yeah. I think we got
When,
what everyone's looking for.
when did Waneka turn into Megatron?
Yeah, I think we got what everyone's looking for.
That's good. I'm pleased to tell you that even if you hadn't, the investigation is over.
What do you mean?
It's not my place to say. You'll find out tonight. But I'm bringing you so that you can present your findings to the proper channels.
If it doesn't matter, then why are we here?
There's something every kindred in Chicago needs to hear. But also, there are parties that are wanting to hear what you have discovered.
All right.
continue forward. You continue forward through the hallways till eventually you reach an office where you see a beautiful, elegant woman talking to Alexa. When you both walk in, they both stop talking. This woman stands up straight and she just says, "Thank you, Hound Winnecker. You are Ace and T. Tony O'Sullivan, correct?"
That's us.
"My name is Lila Danvers, Justicar of the Camarilla."
Can I whisper to T? What does that mean?
Out of
As loud as
character.
possible. What does that mean, guys?
Out of character. And do you know what a Justicar is now, or do I need to explain what that is?
If you explain that
Me?
to me,
Yeah,
I kind of have an idea, but I don't think I know what it is.
Yeah. No, I'm asking Aaron if he knows out of character, or if I have to feed it.
I think I do.
It's basically like the Justicars are above, like basically there's a group that's kind of in charge of the Camarilla and the Justicars are below them, and it's basically if shit goes down, the Archons are sent and then the Justicars are sent to try to smooth things over. You know your sire, or sorry, your grandsire is a Justicar, so. So basically then, I forget you're new, Ace.
Oh, yeah.
I've got good ears. I am
Ruse to
Sent.
eavesdrop.
I am sent to places where there are problems that need to be dealt with. Normally, the Archons, I've heard you've met them before. There's a group of Archons here in Chicago, actually, the Wolf Pack. They're normally sent out to deal with the riffraff, but if they can't deal with it, we come in and see if we can fix what's going on. Now, I understand that you were investigating something on behest of Kevin Jackson, the explosion at the university.
Right.
What have you found?
You want to see yourself?
Gladly. She puts her hand out.
You said the video, right?
Yeah.
And the documents.
Yeah.
I had her my phone with the video ready and the documents, whatever she wants to look at first.
She looks through them. And she says, "This is not good. I assume you two are aware of who's on the footage. You'd know Genghis at the very least. You're not sure who the bald man with the scars all over his face is.
I would know Genghis.
You'd probably know Ace because T would know about it, and he would probably have said, "Oh, Genghis," at some point. Like if you asked, like, "Who the fuck's this guy?"
Okay. Who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah. So I assume you know who is on tape here.
Yeah, Genghis.
Yes, Baron of the Anarchs. Seems like they have gone bold, taking out a sheriff. But this other one, and she points at one of the photos, the one with the bald-headed man that was leading everyone. That is a kindred by the name of Nicholas Sweetie Pepper White. I have heard tale of him. He is a real thorn in the side of Loden's rule. Burnt down many havens, burnt down many places in Gary, Indiana, before he was exiled out. Seems he's back. Seems he's returned. And they two are working together from the looks of this. Thank you for your information. Please join the rest of the Kindred in assembly. I have an announcement to make.
All right.
T, do you say anything or do you react at all?
Nope. I am terrified of this woman.
Oh, and then I said, does that mean I'm off the hook?
I believe, Ace, there is no more hook for you to be on.
Why is everyone so cryptic?
You'll find out in due course.
Damn it.
So both of you go to leave to go through the hallways. Is there any discussion between the two of you over what's happened so far?
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk to T for a bit. Any idea why everyone's so strange right now? I feel like there's heavy tension.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to divulge the information that happened the night of my supposed execution. And
So
I'm
you hear
gonna
the
say,
Sorry.
or do you want to just narrate it and we'll skip over it? Or
No.
do you want me to?
I want you. You paused, so I thought you wanted me to fill that in. So no, that's fine. Just continue.
Yeah. Okay. On the way to my execution, we were attacked. Thugs, but they got the better of Kevin. I thought they got the better of Alexa too.
Is that how you got away?
It was a rough situation. I was already very heavily damaged, but I thought my best course of action would be to I don't want to use the word save because that's not what I did, but Kevin was staked. I unstaked him.
Like in Dracula? Wait, why would you save his ass? You should just let him die.
Just gonna ignore him. So I made it out. I ran into more trouble and then more trouble, and it possibly has something to do with that attack.
Oh, is that why you're all stinky that night? Okay. Well, shit. So you don't know what happened to Kevin and the rest of them?
Last I saw, he was frenzying, but thought it best not to get in his way.
Like the time when we were in the sewers? When you got all crazy?
Much worse.
Shit. Well, at least you're here.
With that, both of you end up back at the VIP area of the Succubus Club, Annabelle sneering at you, T. your encounter, or the night.
I sneer back. Cheeky bitch.
But after a few moments of tense silence, as I said, the atmosphere here is thick. There's tension. You can feel it. Lila emerges with Elyse by her side. And she says, Kindred of Chicago, I am Jessica Lila Danvers. Now, I've come here from New York to Chicago because I received some troubling news. I regret to inform you all that your prince, Kevin Jackson, is missing. Alexa, the Hound, has given me her report. She said, well, they have told me that they picked up Tony O'Sullivan after an interaction. And then they dropped him off at St. Combe Church. On their way to the Primogen Council meeting, they were attacked by vagrants that got the better of Alexa and Kevin. Alexa was able to escape, but Kevin, unfortunately, we are not sure of his fate. Now, the group that Jackson had tasked to investigate the explosion that killed your sheriff has brought new evidence to light. The infamous Anarch Sweetie Pepper, aka Nicholas White, has returned to the city, and he is working with the Anarch Baron Genghis. Now, they work together to cause the explosion. It is not that much of a leap to think that they are involved with your prince's disappearance. For their actions alone, in being involved with the explosion of the university and the death of your sheriff, I am calling a blood hunt on them. Open to all kindred here in Chicago, Anarch, Autarchus, Camarilla. And finally, in regards to your city, I have been in discussion with the Primogen Council, and I trust they have not divulged this to anyone before I made a formal announcement. But they shall be leading the city until Jackson has been found or a replacement has been chosen. There's murmurs throughout this Elysium, throughout there's panic as both of you slink into the darkness, taking all of this in, taking the fact that Kevin Jackson is missing, taking into the fact that Elyse's story doesn't match up with what happened. Ace, that's true for you as well, because you've just been told what happened that night. But we pull back from this flashback 3 months later to the present day. Back in the asylum as T and Ace are reunited, and Elyse is making her way, but she's not quite there yet. So, take it away.
Whoa, watch out, Dubby. What the heck? T, it's been a while, man.
Ah, Jesus, Ace, would you piss off? I'm a hunt here.
What does that mean? Like a Tinder thing?
Sure.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I got a little faster.
I sigh. I sigh straight in his face.
Alright, well, I mean, want to hang out for a bit?
Did you not hear me?
Afterwards. I mean, how long is it going to take?
With that, how long is it going to take, Elyse? You arrive. T, you see Elyse, because I'm going to say Elyse is arriving from, Ace is facing away and Elyse is behind him. You see the Jade. And then in your mind...
I don't remember her. Well, I don't remember her.
Yeah. Well, no, in your mind you hear the boy, the Jade. butcher, the shadow, the madhouse.
Every time I get
Elyse.
some sort of whisper from the cobweb, I'm just gonna like rub my eyes and just obviously very frustrated.
And then I put my hand on Ace and I say, could you guys not fight in my club for 5 minutes? You just got here.
What the fuck? Whoa. Out of nowhere. And your what? Your club?
Yeah. Welcome to
heck?
the asylum.
I walk away.
Bye, T. Have fun.
He says he has like this hunt thing. I don't know. I think he's LARPing.
Technically, he should be checking with me if he wants to hunt around here, but whatever. It's cool. I guess I'll forgive it this time. So,
Yeah.
what are you doing here, Ace?
Seeing a friend. I mean, I'm sure you heard about what T and I did a few months ago.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah,
You
not too shabby, huh?
you surprised me. Yeah, no, it's you know, I didn't think you had it in you, but pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Congrats on not being dead.
That's what I told T.
T's a little weird.
Yeah, it's my kind of weird. Well, that's cool. How'd you end up with this place?
I have a friend in a particularly high place. I don't know if you've heard of her, Jeanette. She's kind of a big deal in the Anarchs, and she wanted to extend the Asylum Club to Chicago and gave me an opportunity. And to be honest, I needed to come back here. I have unfinished business here that I need to take care of.
Yeah, I did hear that you left.
Quick
Yeah.
moment that I just want to plant in here. Elyse, you have no idea about what happened with James and Elena. You just know at one point, the night that you left Chicago, you did hear news that they were chased by the police and that their faces were plastered everywhere for a good week or so. But just something I want to plant, just something you'd...
Okay. Yeah, I'm just back in town finishing some business. And how have you and T been? How is Elena and James? How are you all?
As for T, he really talks to me. Actually, I haven't really
So-
seen him.
T. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So you're making it on your own in this new life of yours.
I think it's kind of been like that from the start. But as for James and Elena, I'm pretty sure you've seen all over the news with their face plastered everywhere.
I did. And I regret that I wasn't able to be there to use my strengths.
The talking. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't all punch things.
Yeah, well, I can't be like James, because that's what he certainly did that night.
Exactly.
Well, we did have one of those talks in the car. Seems like your talking almost works on everybody. Not particularly with me, but no hard feelings.
No hard feelings either. Anyway, again, this is my club. Enjoy it here. If you need to feed. If you want to have a good time, have a good time. You and T are both going to be VIPs, and I'll make sure my team knows.
Sweet.
Yeah, we have history. I owe you
Yeah.
guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah. I don't want to, overstep, but do you have any blood bags?
Do I, Chris? Does the asylum carry blood bags?
I would say no, but you probably are able to get some, like, not super short notice, but you know, you can like go, all right, if you're going to be a regular here, I can make sure that we've got it moving forward. But for tonight, no.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, no. But now that I know, I will make sure to get a system in place so that we carry them regularly for you. Unfortunately, not tonight. So if you need to feed, it'll have to be live. But, you know.
You know, I'm pretty sure you remember Taco Bell night.
I do. That was, you know, fond memory.
Yeah, so it's all blood bags for me. I guess it's like a vegan in Kindred world.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Well, thanks, and it's nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too, Ace. I'll see you around. I gotta make some rounds. Keep an eye on things.
And that's where we're going to cut from inside of the asylum, and we cut to the outside as Tommy is driving with you, Lou. And he's looking very shaken, and he's just like, I mean, you mentioned that this place might be a safe haven, but like, I mean, come on, Lou. We just got fucking attacked on the freeway.
Oh, it's not the first time.
Well, I was hoping that wouldn't happen again, you know?
We'll have to find some actual safe place we just got here.
Yeah. All right, well, it's the asylum. I'm gonna go look for somewhere in this city. Hopefully I don't run into another blue car. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, you be careful too, man.
Well,
pulls over, allows you to exit. And you exit, start walking towards the asylum. And that is when you walk in, and Elyse, just as you're finishing this conversation, I got things to do. You turn around, Elyse, Lou, you see each other. You've seen each other before. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't have, this is when I ran out of steam in the plan, and I don't actually have a flashback to when you guys met, so it's up to you if we want to try to improv something on the spot for that flashback, or we can just do that later on in another session. Cool.
I think we can do it later on in another session.
Yeah,
I like your structured flashbacks. They're really good.
Thank you. All right. And so you see each other, recognizing each other. And that is where we're going to cut from the scene. I'm sorry it's so brief, but
no, that's okay.
Something needs to happen because we're going to have to go to a break soon.
Yeah.
So, Jack, you are following this white van around through the streets of Chicago. It's turning on angles. You're making sure that you've got the right distance. And as you hear the sound of was it a dirt bike, or because I think you mentioned Captain America?
Yeah, so it's sort of like similar to the bike that Captain America rides, but there's pieces of it that have been sort of taken off and replaced with other parts, and so on just sort of glancing at it, it's like, oh, it's one of those bikes, but like when you look closer, it's like, oh, actually it's been chopped and changed, and there's bits and pieces that have been replaced over time.
So you're following around, and you hear the rattle of your motorcycle, and it starts to bring back the flashbacks again, the memories of the war, the rattle, very similar to the rat-ta-ta-ta of machine guns. And we go back to the Vietnam, the bar, as it's the end of the gunfight now. You're all in the bar, there's bullet holes everywhere. Bam Bam is dead, shot. The Frisco died. It's just you and Mac, seemingly the only survivors in this sudden attack from the Viet Cong. And he's just like, God fucking damn it, man! As he like looks down at at Bam Bam and at Frisco. He's just like, Jack, Cannon, you all right?
Frisco's dead, man.
The fucking Viet Cong.
What do we do? Frisco's fucking dead.
Fuck! Everyone is down, or injured at least, in this bar. He's just like, Mac just punches a wall, and he's just like, shit. Did you get hit? Did you get tagged?
I think I'm fine. Did he get shot at all? Can I see any injuries on him?
No, he didn't get shot.
Why did they get hit?
Look, we dived.
Fucking
we
VCs.
Dived.
Fucking commie bastards.
Yeah. And with that, there's a from an overturned table nearby. Mac puts his finger. Stay behind me, kid. Starts to move forward, weapon drawn.
He moves forward. I pull. Frisco was next to me. I pull Frisco's sidearm out, and follow.
Walking through towards the gurgling noise. There is a gurgling behind an overturned table. Mac looks over, tells you to come with him. Turn around, and there's one of the Vietnamese waiters here who's gurgling and shot, clearly dying. He's probably got a hole in his. There's a hole in his chest. As you can hear the air just wheezing out and the blood bubbling around where the bullet hole is. And Mac looks at you, and he goes, "What the? I mean, you know what we're gonna do, right?"
Was he one of them?
Does it fucking matter? These fuckers killed our whole squad.
But he was just bringing us drinks.
Yeah,
What?
as far as we know, maybe he was part of this whole thing.
You
Fuck him.
fucking. But don't we gotta follow orders?
This is war. There's no fucking orders here. Where's the commanding officer? As he looks around at the bar, everyone's either dead or dying.
And he, shaking, pulls the safety off and makes eye contact with him.
Mac sort of pushes the gun down. And he says, "No. It's too fucking quick. Too good for some bitch like that." Grabs out a knife. Passes it to you. Make it slow. Make him fucking pay. Frisco ain't gonna be seeing his kid anymore. Ain't gonna be seeing his wife. Mac didn't fucking deserve this. Make it slow. Make him feel all that pain.
And Jack leans forward, grabs the waiter by the chest.
Help me. Help.
And just pushes it between his ribs.
It's a pain.
And holds it for a moment. And then he feels that flood of rage at his dead friends, and he stabs him again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And then realizes what he's done and drops the knife.
Mac walks up to the dead waiter, spits on him, puts his hand out to you, and he's like, "You're a man now, kid. Come on."
Mac, I think I'm going to be sick.
It's okay. And then with that memory of your first kill, we pull back to the present. You're following in the motorcycle, and eventually the white van pulls up into a parking lot. You see the bald man walk out and lean against the van, the man that killed Scott in front of you. He's just smoking a cigarette. He's waiting. You examine him. Looks to be tough. He's a very tall, lanky man, very long arms. But you probably could take him down. Eventually, you hear loud, pulsating music as a blue sedan screeches into this empty parking lot. There's about 4 people inside this blue sedan. The driver and the passengers all get out. The man takes the bald man takes another drag of his cigarette, and he just says to them, "You must be the Romero twins. Welcome to Chicago. My name, as you know, is Sweetie Pepper. I'm the worst motherfucker you don't wanna cross me." This man, Sweet Pepper, stands on. He gets up onto the hood of the car. The people around him start cheering. Some of them drinking bottles of beer, just smashing it on the ground. And he's like, "You are all here for one reason, and one reason alone. You are here to burn down this fucking city. You are here to cause chaos and kill every motherfucker. Camarilla, Anarch, none of that fucking matters. There'll be blood in the streets of Chicago tonight. But they will know that it was us. And they will be scared. They're gonna go hide in their Elysiums. The fat cats gonna hide behind the hedge funds. But we're gonna burn it all down. And from the ashes of the old, we're gonna rebuild and start all over again. But first, we start with that fucking Malkavian, that fucking caitiff that's caused all the ruination on me. I can't even show my pretty face around here anymore because of them. We're gonna start with them. And then we take the rest of Chicago. He jumps down from the sedan. The rest are all cheering. And it's just like, Sweetie Pepper jumps into the van and just says, "Take no hostages, no prisoners. Fuck the Masquerade, fuck the Camarilla, fuck them all. Let's fucking get out of here." Drives off. Blue sedan following. You having watched this exchange, this speech from this leader as they make their way to Chicago. You jump back on your bike, go to follow once again. And that is where we're going to cut for a break. Woo! Thank you for a moment. Yeah, we're going to take about a 10-15 minute break.
Do you want the Inquisition? Because this is how you get the Inquisition.
Welcome back, gamers. There we go.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I hope everyone had a good break. We're just gonna crack straight back into it as I play the wrong track. Here we go.
Yep.
So,
You're forgiven.
Lou and Elyse, you two see each other for the first time. You know each other, obviously. What? Do you say anything to each other?
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to him. because I know that I helped him escape the first time. Lou, what are you doing here? What are you doing in my club? What's going on?
This is your club?
Yeah, this is my club. This is opening night, actually, and welcome.
I was told this would be a safe place.
Yeah, it's absolute. I mean, Chicago's not safe, but I will absolutely make space for you. You can absolutely stay here.
Just like that? You don't want anything?
I mean, you helped me so much back in Washington, D.C. I don't expect anything at this point. I know what you're going through. I know what's been happening in Washington, D.C., and I know what's been happening with your clan. Like, no. Maybe in the future I might need your help, but like, no, I don't need anything.
I'm just paranoid. It's been a long time.
I understand. I mean, it makes sense. Chris, do I know about his, like, do I know about Tommy?
No, you wouldn't know about Tommy.
I didn't help him escape together?
Yeah, actually, yeah, because they would have been escaping together. Sense. So you would know about Tommy. Sorry, yeah. Where's Tommy?
He's looking for a place for us to stay.
Okay, I mean, did you guys just arrive here?
Yeah, we just arrived here after being nearly attacked.
Yeah, in Chicago, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how much you know, but things are pretty intense in Chicago right now, which is probably why it's the safest place for you. You'll fly under the radar. People aren't going to notice you here. There's too many
place
other
for me
things.
is a war zone?
Yeah, because it's not about you. You'll fly under the radar.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, since you just got here, I know you said Tommy's out looking for a place to stay. We have space down in the basement if you guys need some time. In the meantime, like, let me know if I can help you here tonight.
Well, I don't expect to stay for free. If you need anything, I can help you.
We'll see what happens. Things are okay right now, but I am back in Chicago. I am in Chicago for a reason, so we'll see if there's anything I can get your help with.
Yeah, this room, it won't have too much technology in it, right?
No, it's a basement.
It's a basement. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you manage a landline?
I can see about that. Chris, do the spaces down in the basement, the offices, would they have landlines and stuff like that already hooked up?
A job for Chad to get that sorted out. It might take a few days, a few nights, but he can probably get Chad to sort something out, or Jazz. But Jazz is she's more just dealing with the club. Chad's kind of your go-to guy for like anything that needs to kind of be done. Jazz is more, I don't want to say your favorite, but
Jazz is my favorite. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
I have a preference.
Yeah.
Jazz is definitely my favorite. So right now, this is opening night. We're still getting things set up. Things are still a little hectic down in like storage spaces like the basement. So we don't have a landline there. Did you need one right now?
Well, I suppose you can call Tommy for me and bring him back here, but I'd rather not.
I'm assuming my office has a landline, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just take him to my office.
Cool.
All right,
and you two get off.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ace, you are moving around through the club. As I look for the club song. There it is. You're moving around the club looking for Daryl. You're here for a reason. You're looking around for Daryl. There doesn't seem to be any sight of him anywhere. Do you... what do you do? Do you do anything, or...
I try to text him. I'll text him.
You look down at your phone, try to text him, when suddenly a hand grabs you and you get pulled into a booth nearby. very violently. You see the man.
Am I in danger?
What's that?
Am I in danger?
You just get pulled in and thrown into a seat.
All right.
You turn to the man that pulled you in, and it's a guy wearing glasses. He has a hat, and he's wearing a scarf around his mouth. And he pulls down the scarf, and he's just like, "Fuck, you're Ace, right?"
Who wants to know?
It's me. It's Genghis.
The fuck? What
Listen,
are you doing?
listen. Shh. I got shit I gotta tell you, man. I got shit I gotta fucking tell you. All right, I called you here for a reason. I'm sorry I had to steal your friend's phone, but fuck, dude. I understand that what you did. You were a pawn just like me. All right? But this goes deeper than just me, all right? I'm being fucking hunted right now. I'm being a patsy. You wanting to look, listen. If you don't want to listen to me, I'm just going to get out of here, but I need safety right now. I need you to believe me. All right? Do you believe me?
If I even if I do, what could I even do for you?
You just need to listen, all right? All right. And Genghis is kind of looking around. He's like, fuck, this is too open. Shit. All right. And he leans in. He's like, okay, so the Camarilla knew I was fucking doing what I was doing with Sweetie Pepper. I was undercover, doing a favor for my friend Damien. They fucking knew. I was letting my handler know everything. I was telling them all about it. I was letting them know I had a deal with Jackson, I had a deal with Damien. But fuck, man. I was telling my handler, and I can't fucking say that. I can't say their name. They did shit to my head, man. They did shit to my head. But I was telling my handler, and I was assuming my handler was telling Damien. But, obviously the fucking university blew up, and as soon as that happened, I knew shit was going down. I knew I was gonna be put on the stake, be the man that they're gonna crucify for this. I realized far too late that I was a pawn in a far bigger fucking game.
Why are you telling me this?
I'm telling you this because I need you to clear my fucking name. I need you to I'm being blood hunted right now, man. I don't want to leave Chicago. I fucking love this place. I'm being blood hunted for something I didn't do. As I said, I was working with the Camarilla. And my hand, and there's frustration in Gingus's face. Is fuck! I did shit to my head. I can't say who it is.
I can't be with you right now. I almost get taken out too.
I know, but you're gonna help me. Please tell me you're gonna fucking help me. I got nowhere else to go. The Anarchs, they fucking hate my guts. They think I've started a fucking war. I got no one. I got nothing. Damien, he was my friend. Why the fuck would I want Damien dead? We go way back. Me and Damien, we used to run around, and Gary, we used to be fucking friends. I loved him, man.
Do you have a way I could contact you? Are you gonna keep using Daryl's phone?
No, he passes you the phone. He passes you the phone. He's like, you can give it back to your friend. I knew I just needed to talk to you, and that's where we're gonna cut the scene for now. As we go to outside the asylum. Jack, you've been following the white van and the blue sedan through Chicago. Eventually, they pull up outside of Chicago. You pull into a street nearby, hide your motorcycle down an alleyway. You take your position, you know how to hide. I'm not going to make you roll for anything. You keep an eye out over what's happening. You see this man, Sweetie Pepper, exit the van. 2 other people exit with him. They start going to the back of the van. The raucous blue sedan pulls up. 4 people pull out of there, or come out of the vehicle. you see him go into the crates. And in the crates, they pull out weapons, automatic rifles, as they start making their way towards the asylum. There's a sharp retort of a rat-a-tat-ta as they start shooting the people outside. Elyse, Lou, you two are going to the office when you hear these loud gunshots outside, people screaming. Suddenly the music cuts, everyone's like, what the hell's happening?
Not my club. I'm immediately going to throw up awe, and then I'm assuming we're near the office. Since I only took one thing of blood, I'm hoping Chad is recovered by now.
Chad shakes, and you have to replace your battery.
Yes, I do, but here we go. I'll just do the integrated camera for now. It's fine.
Okay, so we're in combat. There is about, so Jack, you can see that there are, sorry, how many people in total? So with Sweetie, that's seven people in total making their way to the asylum. With shooting as they like making their way through, you see that the bouncers, no chance. They're just getting shredded as they're making their way to the front door. I want to see, so Elyse, you see Chad, and he suddenly startles, and he's just like, what the hell's going on, ma'am?
We're being attacked. I need you to get people out. Back doors, fire exits, etc. Call the police, and hopefully there's somebody there that can help us. Call the police, get them over here.
Right away, ma'am. I'm sorry I slept on the job, ma'am.
No, it's fine. It's my fault. And then I basically look to Lou and be like, Lou, I need your help.
Of course.
Sorry.
Where do you think I'm best at?
Yeah. And then I'm going to take Lou down the stairs. I want to go.
People are panicked at this stage, running.
Yeah, I want to go towards the gunfire. Can I throw up awe? Will that help people at all, or is it because they're in fear for their life?
They're in fear for their lives. Like it might actually be a hindrance, if anything, because they'll start looking back as they're like trying to run, and Chad is trying to direct traffic to go exits that way.
Got it. Okay, cool. Then I'll just take Lou towards the gunfire, so that I can get a lay of the land and see how I can. We'll
pause on that moment for now, and we'll go back to Ace and Genghis. As soon as the gunfire hits, Genghis is just like, fuck! And he just disappears. You hear gunfire, Ace?
Yeah, the first thing I do is I'll pull out the gun that I have. I'll pull out my gun, and then I'll start looking around towards the area where the gunfire's happening.
It's towards the entrance. The people are starting to flood at this point. Chad has made his way down. T, you are with Sasha at this point, having drunken from her. You hear the gunfire. What are you doing?
I am going to go to the front as well, towards the gunfire, but slowly.
Both of you.
Try not to.
Both Ace and T making their way against the crowd. We'll cut back to you in a moment. But Jack, you see these people. They've mowed down the bouncers. You know, they weren't prepared, as I said. They're starting to enter this club, the Asylum. Now, what are you doing?
Are any of them still with the van?
There's one guy that is still with the van, and it's mainly because he's going through the back, like looking for other weapons.
Okay, sure. So I am going to approach him, and if he notices me, I'm going to use Eyes of the Serpent to lock him in place.
Cool. All right, give me a. So you're going to try stealthfully, right?
I'm going to try and sneak up to him. Yeah.
Stealth plus composure. one. He notices you as you're trying to be stealthy. He turns with a assault rifle over his shoulder. He's just like, the fuck?
Yeah, as soon as he looks at me, eyes on the serpent.
Mm-hmm. He's locked in place as he's just shaking, holding
and
his
so
weapon.
I will walk up to him, and he is just basically frozen, isn't he?
Yeah, pretty much. While you're maintaining eye contact, there's chaos at the moment. But he's just locked with you.
Cool. So just, I guess, a mechanics question. Am I going to be... Well, actually, you know what? I'll just walk up to him, and he's got an automatic weapon?
Yeah, he's just shaking. He's
cool.
His finger is over the trigger, but he's not able to pull.
I'm just going to walk up to him, put my hand on the rifle, and maintaining eye contact, I'm going to use Mesmerize and say, give me that and run.
Cool. Rouse check.
Yep.
Gain a hunger as the beast is getting excited at the moment with all this bloodshed that is happening. But he does so. He passes you the rifle and just runs.
All right. I'm working my way around sort of... So have they all gone into the building, or are there still some of them out the front?
I'm going to say Sweetie, the leader, stations two of them at the front, and he just says, make sure no motherfucking pigs come in here and interrupt my revenge.
Yeah. All right.
And he and at this point they're going to enter, and so I'm going to come back to you in a moment.
Yeah, cool.
Lou, Elyse, you're kind of in the front here. As you see, so there's one that's gone, so there was, 6 in total? One that's gone, including this. Yeah, so you see... quick maths in my head. You see 3 people enter the establishment, including the bald man that I mentioned earlier as well. You probably wouldn't know who this is, but they enter. Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm just gonna go with an old track. And sorry, Aaron. I know you wanna rework it, but we're just gonna use it right now because I think it works better. So. So there is, he's being flanked by 2 people who are there, and he says to both of you, he says, well, ain't this a mighty fine establishment? As you're walking towards it.
I'm gonna throw up awe, and then, this is Sweetie Pepper talking to me.
Yeah, but you don't know who he is. He's clearly the leader, but you don't know who he is.
Yeah. And then there's 2 other people in front of him as well.
Flanking him on either side.
Okay, cool. So he came in. And all right, so I'm gonna throw up awe, and then I'm gonna be like, what the fuck do you want? Why the fuck are you in my club?
Give me 1 second. Okay, what's the resist roll for awe? I can't remember on my head.
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't have my book with me.
Composure and intelligence.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good job.
Okay, yep. I'm gonna rouse the blood for this. So give me a what is it? A manipulation plus what's the roll she has to make?
Ooh. I'm gonna rouse the blood too, because in this situation I think my character would be like, no, I'm not fucking around. So
yeah, that's cool. Sorry, Kieran, are you able to tell me the role that she's meant to do, since you've obviously got the core book up?
Yes, give me 2 seconds. I do have the core book up. Manipulation and presence. So manipulation and discipline, isn't it? In
yeah.
Roll 20?
Yep. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna go with it.
Am I just missing discipline? I don't see a discipline anywhere.
So next to presence, there should be underneath
that's
presence.
right.
Yeah.
I always forget that one down there. Oops, I hit the button.
It's okay.
Yeah, I did it right. Manipulation and discipline. Okay. Roll. And my presence adds 2?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay. Oh my god, that's terrible.
You
Let
both
me
rolled
re-roll.
horribly.
Let me do a willpower. And I'm gonna re-roll. I can re-roll 3, right?
Yep.
2, 5, and 1.
Yep. Yeah, reroll 3. Oh, 6 in total. Cool. All right.
Nice.
So this is what happens. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you win against both. The man who's leading them comes up to you. He's got a bottle in his hand with a cloth sticking out of it, and he says,
Boys, you know what to do. Let me entertain our friend here.
and that's when the two others just run away. And he says to you, he's not even noticing you, Lou, at this point, but so this is kind of a distraction. He just says,
You know, I was gonna burn this bar to the ground.
Not on my watch, you're not.
Oh, not with a pretty face like that. Now come on, sweet thing. We can make some
Gross.
good music together.
Gross. Never in a million years.
cool. At this point, Ace and T, Ace, you're in front of this group as they're trying, like you're in front of like the humans as they're trying to escape, and Chad is trying to direct traffic out. You see these two guys come up with this bloodlust in them, unless actually Lou tries to stop them. Okay, basically, all right, this is what I'm going to say. So, Elyse and Sweetie Pepper are having a conversation. Lou and Ace and T, you see the two that entered in with the main guy just kind of flank around and try to get to the crowd. What's everyone's reaction at this point between the three of you?
Is Chad still getting people out the back?
Yeah, he's still getting people out the back. Yeah, so he's busy doing all that. So what about you three? What are you three doing as you see these two and they're about to leap into the crowd?
I would attempt to tackle one of them, I guess.
Does your character have any like celerity for that? Like, how close are they to leap into the crowd? They're gonna hurt the crowd right away.
They're moving very fast.
Like, how fast?
Celerity fast.
Yeah.
Up to moving celerity fast, then I probably would use blink to tackle.
You can tackle one.
Tackle the person closest to the crowd.
Okay, there's one that's closest to the crowd. Lou, what are you going to try to do?
Well, he's not fast enough to catch him, and I don't want to fire at the crowd. I guess I would just have to try to run over and get my best and grab one.
Okay, give me a stamina plus athletics. T, what are you doing?
I mean, I was going to attempt to mental maze them all.
They're too far for they're too far ahead for you to do that. You need to be closer.
I mean, they only need to hear me. So if
Isn't
I
it
yell,
eye contact?
technically it works.
Isn't it eye contact,
No,
buddy?
I just read it.
Okay.
It's not.
All right. I mean, to be fair, this
just
is a
need to be
very
able to hear
chaotic.
me, and I need to be able to see
This
them.
is a very chaotic scene, very loud. There's people screaming. There's people. So I'm going to say you'd have to be closer to be within earshot of this guy, so he'd be able to hear you.
There's not much else I can do, so I'm just gonna move towards someone that isn't currently being attacked.
Yeah. So you're going to move towards the one that Ace is going to, but you wouldn't know because Ace is using blink. So that's fine. Jack, what are you doing when you're at the front? There's those two that are there. They see you, and they start to. They're going to start.
They
to
see
shoot
me?
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Daunt on, take cover. Pop, pop, pop.
Composure plus firearms, please.
Don't forget about blood buff if you need it. I always forget about it.
I have that in my head. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Easy. You just pop, pop, pop. You're trained at this. They one of them goes, "Hey, what about what are you?" Bang, bang. Down, dead. Efficient, quick. Now, what's your next move?
I am coming up to the. Actually, I'll check and confirm. I'm going to go up. Wait, did I get them both down or just one?
Both.
Okay, cool.
There was a quick like pop, pop.
Yeah, I'm going via them. Quick check to make sure that they're down and kick whatever firearm they have away from them, and then I'm coming up to the door. I'm looking for the Scarface guy who I saw burn my friend.
He's talking to someone right now, talking to a lady. Seems to be a heated discussion. Now, Lou, you were rolling. You got a 3, correct?
Yep.
So let me just do a roll here. What would it be? It would be 3 plus, so 5, and then another. They're too fast. You try to tackle them. You try to tackle the guy, but he's speed, and he leaps on one of the people who are trying to run away, and just tears into them. Ace, you blink towards the other one, and you have arrived just in front of him, and you're stopping him from getting to the crowd, and he's just looking at you with a sadistic smile on his face, and he just says, "What's it to you, motherfucker? Come on, we're gonna dance."
On your knees now. And I point the gun at his chest.
Give me a. Oh wait, yeah. He just laughs. All right, so we're gonna next round of combat. Jack, you're at the front door. There's the 2 there. One you shot right in the head. He's dead. The other one is just gurgling. You, the bullet grazed through his throat, reminding you a little bit of Frisco during his death.
Okay, up to the door. Are the ones that are inside armed?
Doesn't seem like it. Except for the scarred guy who's holding like a bottle with a cloth in it.
Yeah, cool. Gun down away from the 2 that are on the ground, and I'm gonna come in up behind him. And does anyone else see me?
I would say Elyse would see you, because Elyse is having a direct conversation right now with Sweetie Pepper. This is what her ore gave her, is that he's distracted right now.
Yeah. Cool.
And he's trying to like hit on her, and she's just like gross.
So what Elyse sees is a guy with a camo jacket and sort of a black shirt, sort of older, faded denim jeans, and one hand in kind of not quite a sling, but kind of tucked inside his jacket, not through the sleeve of his jacket. And he comes through the door. He's sort of stubbly, has medium length hair, sort of squarish jaw, and his eyes are fixed on the back of the head of the guy that she's talking to. And as he approaches, the arm that is tucked into his jacket unfolds, and it almost looks like a warhammer or a club or something like that. And I'm gonna whip it back, and I'm gonna smack him in the back of the head as hard as I can.
Cool. Give me a strength plus brawl, please.
Mm-hmm. Do I get any pluses for my specialties? Because I have
specialties you got?
melee in those types of weapons that we talked about, and I also have brawl in Kindred.
Yeah, you would get +2. Fuck it. Let's go with the +2. All right. So you roll that. In the meanwhile, Elyse, you see that this happens. Are you going to react in any way, or are you just going to continue to distract Sweetie Pepper?
Is the Molotov lit, or is it just?
It's
is
just
his hand
sitting
not
there.
Even, it's just.
He's just holding it.
I'm just gonna keep talking to him while I see someone behind him take him out. I'm gonna keep the conversation going.
Okay. Lou, you've missed this person. They've leaped into the crowd. They've leaped into the crowd. It's like they've just sprung from their legs and just leaped in. But that means that they're close enough to you, T. But first of all, I want to know what Lou is doing in response to this. Is there anything he'd like to do?
I'm just gonna continue after the man to hit him.
Okay. Do you remind me, Lou? What disciplines have you got right now?
I have potence. I have oblivion. I don't really know if I want to summon tentacles right in the middle of a bunch of people, though.
Okay, cool. So you're just going to try to tackle this guy. He's not even going to try to roll against it. Give me a strength plus brawl as you run up to him. T, this guy is he's ripping through this person as they're screaming, you hear him say, "Fuck your goddamn masquerade bullshit."
Can I use
T.
prowess while I'm doing this?
What's prowess again? That is, I don't have a knowledge about all the disciplines. And
When
what they
activated,
do.
add the potence rating of the user to the unarmed damage value.
Oh, that will be damage. Yeah. So if you damage him, you'll get extra damage, which you will. So T, what are you doing while this guy's now in shouting distance to you?
How close am I to him, though?
Not super close, but like close enough that if you were to say something, he would hear you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
mental maze.
I'm just gonna fixate on him, and I'm gonna mental maze while saying, fuck, what do I say?
What was that rolling? Strength with brawl?
Yeah, strength brawl. Yeah. You
you're
figure
mine
out.
now. That's what I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Okay.
say.
Cool. Roll your roll. What's the roll for mental maze? And what do I have to roll?
Check.
No. There should be a resist roll.
You have to roll composure plus resolve.
Composure.
Mental maze is wits and
Equal
resolve on
to
the
the-
defense, charisma on obfuscate on the offense.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Wits.
Sorry, I'm like mid reading it.
Oh, good. I am also mid reading it.
Thank you, Kieran.
It's resolve. It's resolve plus survival to escape once they're in it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I just need that initial one. So what was it? Was wits plus resolve?
On the defense, yeah.
Yeah. And then it should say in like, anyway, it's fine. And what's Aaron rolling? Sorry, I can't have two notes up at the same time.
I'm rousing blood as well. So that was my first rouse.
So you got to rouse to use it,
and then I'm rousing again. Yeah. So I've gained 2 hunger, and then I'm just gonna roll out charisma plus discipline plus 2. I might re-roll some of those. Which ones are how many failures in the normal?
There are 2.
Like
no, 3. There's 3. 3. I didn't see the last one.
Okay, I'll spend a willpower to re-roll the 3. There you go, spend.
Okay, cool. All right, before we get to the result of that, Ace, what are you doing? This guy doesn't seem to be backing down. He's just laughing at you as you're pointing your gun at him.
I'm gonna go like fake a tackle so he could embrace, and then spin around him from the back, and then get him in a rear naked chokehold using my specialty of MMA.
Give me a strength plus brawl plus 1, and he's gonna try it. This is your dice rolls, Rachel, that you're talking about. All the dice rolls are happening right now.
I'm gonna do a rouse check.
Yep.
Yeah, boy. All right, so that's plus 4. Strength plus 4. Whoa, shit! All right, let me
Burn a willpower. You can reroll up to 3, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
4 in total. All right, so let me just go through all these rolls and figure out what the. So we're first gonna go with Jack. Oh, actually, we'll do Jack last. Lou, what happens is you tackle this guy down to the ground, ripping him off the person that he was tearing apart, who's now a bloody mess on the floor. Most of the people have gotten out through the alleyway at this point, but that is when T does his mental maze and just says, "You're mine now." And you see him as he's about to hit you, suddenly just look around and he's just like, Who the fuck am I? But you've got him in your grasp right now as he's struggling and just seemingly not sure where he is. Ace, you... he tries to slither out of the way. He tries to use his speed, but you are just as fast as he is. And you're able to get behind him and get him in a rear naked choke. Now, what's the... I'll ask what the plan is with the rear naked choke in a second. Jack, how much did you do?
I think it was 7.
Oh, buddy. And you get a +2 because of your...
I think I do, actually. Let me just have a quick look at that thing.
It's just normal damage, isn't it? Not aggravated or anything?
Give me a sec. +2 damage is all it says.
So 9 in total. Damn, so superficial. All right. You club this guy in the back of the head, and Elyse, you see him fall over the Molotov cocktail bottle, just smashing on the ground, obviously not lit yet, so it just smashes and there's just alcohol in the bottle. And he turns, he doesn't seem too fazed by it. He gets up and turns around and sees you, Jack, with like your weird mace arm, and he just says,
"The fuck are you, motherfucker?"
Turns
you
to
owe me some blood.
Motherfucker, you're the one that's gonna be bleeding blood.
And he is going to... What's he doing? He is going to... What's he got? He's going to try to stab you with the with a shiv that he just grabs out of his pocket. Are you going to do a defense against this, or what's the...
Yeah, do I have, like, what are my options for defending?
You can either attack him again, or you can try to roll a defense to not be hit by this.
Okay. And you
Can
said...
I jump in to help?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. So everyone kind of...
what I am gonna do is... Sorry, just give me a sec, I'm looking something up.
While you're figuring out what you're going to do,
Yeah.
Ace, what are you doing while you have this man in a rear naked choke?
I'm holding my gun still, holding him like this. I'm gonna put the pistol muzzle in his ear and start popping off continuously until the clip is empty.
Cool. He's going to try a strength plus brawl to get out of this. So let me know 2. So base damage for gun is 2, so I'm going to say you probably pop off 2 shots. That'll be 2. How much health has he got? Hey, you've got a very good grip on this guy. You're just popping off shots, and he's just taking it. He's just like, "Fuck you, you motherfucker!" As he tries to break out, but you've just got him in this hole. Just pop, 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 pop. He takes some damage, but he's not down yet. Lou and T, you see that one of the men that you mental mazed is being grappled by another guy. Do you do anything, or do you just?
I move on. I'm well equipped with the abilities of mental maze to know that once he's in that, there's very little that can take him out of it. So I'm going to immediately move on to the only guy left standing, being Sweetie Pepper.
Cool. Yeah, and obviously you recognize him. So what was it? It was a survival plus resolve, correct?
Survival plus resolve. To the difficulty of what I rolled, so he has to roll a 6 or higher.
Fuck. Z, what are you, Lou, what are you doing? You've got this guy grappled right now. He's seemingly like, what the fuck?
Is Do I know something's wrong with him or just?
You can tell, like, if you're grappling him, he probably would be punching you, but he doesn't seem to really notice that you're there.
Well, I just want to smash his head into the ground, get rid of him.
Okay, strength plus brawl, please.
With that potence,
Lou really
though.
is just a
Yeah,
way
I can
more
use
violent
prowess first,
fucking
or-
James.
Maybe.
Good knock his head.
I
At
mean,
least he's not taking out innocent people, so
yeah. These people deserve it.
that's why I don't care about popping off
Chris,
someone's
by the
ear.
way. I love how Chris didn't even bother to try and roll that guy getting out of mental maze.
Oh, I did. That was me just rolling for it now and just like, no, it's...
Did you roll it? Not even close. It's a hard roll.
Cool. You gain a hunger. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
5
Bam.
successes.
Bam, bam, bam. You're just like knocking this guy's head into the ground over and over and over again. Now, yeah, so what were you going to do, Jack?
I'm actually going to try and catch him with Eyes of the Serpent.
Okay, what's the roll for that?
So it's my charisma and presence versus his wits and composure.
Thank you.
And I want to rouse.
Elyse, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and grapple him.
Oh,
And wait, no. Is there anything around me like that can be used as a stake? Like people are panicking and running. Is there anything around me that I could grab? I'm not
it would
sure
take
exactly.
a turn. It'd take a turn, but you could throw a table over.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. Cool. So that's what you're gonna
While
How many
Pierce
do I add
turns
to the
around.
rouse?
do. What's your blood potency again?
Good question. Let me check. Is it just my blood potency?
No, depending on your blood potency, it might be.
Blood potency is
I have to
3.
look at it.
the top
3.
left box.
Oh,
Yes.
3 is 2. 3 is 2. I'm pretty sure.
So I add 2.
No, it's 3. Sorry.
Okay. Add
Yeah,
3.
it's 3. Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah.
3 dice.
How many could I reroll of those 3?
3.
Yeah, I'm going to try it. Yeah.
Off.
All right. So, sorry, what were you? Sorry, I completely blanked on what you were actually doing. Oh, you serpent of the eyes of the serpent.
Eyes of the Serpent, yeah.
Yeah, he completely doesn't seem to be phased by that, and he is going to roll a roll
Oh, here we go.
of strength.
Tracer impact.
Ugh,
Oh,
gonna hurt.
Yep.
As you take he just pops the shiv right into your shoulder, and you take 3 points of superficial damage.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, 3 points, yeah, because it's halved, and yeah, it's halved, yeah. So 3 points of superficial damage, and he looks back as he sees that this shit is fucked. He better fucking run. And he's just like,
I'll remember your face, motherfucker.
and he's gonna try to run away. T and Elyse, you two, well, Elyse, you've got the stake now. T, you are making it towards him. Lou, I'm just gonna say you're just like fucking banging this guy's head into the ground until eventually he's out of it. Ace, the same thing, he's just popping, pop. I'm gonna do one final check for him to see if he can break out before he goes into torpor.
you can't roll more than once for mental maze.
Oh, you can't?
Yes.
No, this isn't the
Once
mental
you fail
maze
the
guy.
first roll, you're
No,
done.
this isn't the mental maze
Oh,
guy.
that's the mental maze guy.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, the mental maze guy's out. He's done.
Cool.
Nope. Pop. The guy goes into torpor. He's
Collapses.
gone. Yeah, collapses in your arms. So I guess the question is, Elyse, T, and Jack. Sweetie Pepper is going to try to run away.
I'm gonna
Jack,
chase
you're
his
the
ass
closest.
down.
Give me
I'm
a
gonna chase
stamina
him
plus athletics, Elyse. Jack, what are you doing?
I'm going to go for a hammer swing as he goes out.
Okay, give me a strength plus brawl. T, what are you
Plus
doing?
2 like before.
Yeah, oh, no, sorry.
already know
It's
what
only
I'm
to the
doing.
damage. Oh, yeah, plus 2, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yep, because of my specialties.
Yeah.
Oh, yuck.
Let's see. You said it was stamina plus what?
Stamina plus athletics.
Oh, this is not gonna go well for me. I'm gonna do a rouse so that I can get extra dice. Ugh, okay, I gained another hunger. That's not good. I'm at 3 now.
So what's his? He will do a.
I'm gonna wait until you all roll.
You're doing a mental maze.
Stamina.
Yeah.
And then
Just
I
gonna yell
get
as loud as I can and attempt to demobilize him.
2 dice, right? With the blood rouse success?
2 dice for you, yeah.
Okay.
Last boy.
Athletics or stamina are not my strong suit. Can I re-roll any of those? I can re-roll 1. So I'm going to spend a willpower and re-roll 1. Not that it'll really matter.
Okay,
All right,
yeah.
so I get a total of 3.
Yeah. Roll your mental maze, Aaron. And sorry, what was the roll I had to do again for mental maze? I'm sorry, I'm such a goldfish when it comes to these rolls.
Kieran, save us.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Because it's not written in my
wits and
my
resolve.
description.
So it's charisma and obfuscate versus wits and resolve.
Thank you.
Oh wait, hang on. Is this to escape the mental maze?
No, this is
No,
to
get in
be
it.
trapped in it.
You're doing another one. Yeah, cool.
Okay, I roused to blood surge as well. I succeeded. Maze. Fire of 2. How many of those are successes in the normal?
Give me a second.
I think the 3 and the 5 need to be re-rolled. The 9s and the 7s and the 6s count, but 3 and 5 can
so
be
2.
re-rolled.
Oh, I might as well.
On
We'll
2
have an
crits.
equal roll.
1. Darn.
All right, so sorry. All right, now let's get to the result of all this. So, basically, Ace and Lou, you two are fine. You've taken down the 2. They're in torpor now. Elyse, you got a 2. He got a 4, so he gets away. You don't get to catch up to him. Where is Jack's attack?
I got a 2.
Got a 2.
I swung. I got a 2.
Cool. You managed to hit him, but you know it doesn't do a hell of a lot of damage. But basically, he just runs off into the night
God damn it.
as police sirens start to fill up. At this point, there is a silence as everyone is kind of out. Chad has just finished getting everyone out, and he turns around and he sees the chaos that's happened. There's a person that's gurgling on the ground. Now, Elyse, what is your first move? Like, you haven't caught up with Sweetie Pepper.
My first move is to drop the stake, and my second move is to look around and see the damage. And I see that there is, I'm assuming, a customer, or is it just a random person?
That's when you look and you see it's Jazz. She's gurgling on the
Oh,
ground.
not my favorite. Not my Jazz. Can I? I'm gonna immediately give her my blood, if I can.
You run.
It doesn't.
You run.
Yeah.
You run forward, and Chad is already at her side, and he's just like, "Ma'am, we need an ambulance."
Yeah. I'm immediately giving her my blood.
Give me a rouse check. Meanwhile,
God.
Ace, Lou, you two have 2 Kindred in torpor. Jack, you're standing there with your club arm just kind of out. Take it away.
So first thing, I sort of wind that club arm back, pull it over, sling it back up, and then I notice Elyse is giving her blood to a mortal in front of another mortal. And I'm a little concerned, but then I'm just like, okay. I'm going to walk over to the Kindred that Ace has just popped. Okay.
As he's walking towards me, I gonna push the guy off me and load another clip on my gun, and then kind of be defensive, kind of standing around looking.
So I go and I grab the Kindred that was on him by the chest and go, mind if I borrow this?
Take it away.
Haul him into the bathroom where I'm going to feed.
Cool. And that's what you do.
Oh no, you have that predator type. Oh.
Lou, T, Ace, you three are kind of there. At least you're trying to feed your blood to Jazz. It does seem like she's starting to stabilize. It stops the blood, but she's lost a lot of blood. You're not sure. Chad just says, "I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm really sorry, ma'am. I really messed up. I really messed up."
It's not your fault, Chad. It's not your fault. We had no idea that this was going to happen. And let's be real, you wouldn't have stood a chance. It's not your fault. And I'm just focusing on Jazz.
Yeah, she's in a stable condition. The three of you, is there anything the three of you want to say or do? You've never met.
Can I tell if her heart is still beating? Like, that's kind of important.
Beating, but it's beating very slowly.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna run up and take a kneel down the situation and see if there's anything I could do to help.
Lou, what are you doing?
He would just be standing there completely confused. He came here to be safe, and now he's in a fight.
T?
Fair. I'm gonna walk outside and just, well, I want to scan for weaponry before the police show up, but I'm just gonna go outside and just sort of do that.
You hear the sirens in the distance. People are like starting to run down the street. They've come out the alleyway. They're running away from the asylum. You look down and you see two dead bodies there. Guns nearby that have been kicked away. A handgun and an automatic rifle.
And a third automatic rifle near the door.
Mm.
I'm gonna take the pistol if possible, please.
Yes, you can.
Pistol.
And
otherwise, yeah, that's it.
Cool. And Jack, you take your quarry with you in torpor.
Just a question on that. How long does it take to heal? Is that a relatively quick process?
It's a rouse check per superficial.
Yeah, so I want to basically heal myself and then feed blood and then heal myself and feed blood.
Yeah, you can do that.
Cool. So let's go. And also, is it the same sort of rule with drinking from Kindred as it is drinking from mortals in that 2 dots, any more than 2 dots would kind of bring me to, I guess in this case, it would be Diablerie territory?
Yeah, I'm going to say that, yeah.
Okay, cool. In that case, 1. Did that roll?
Yep.
Okay.
That was
2.
a success.
Okay.
That's a failure.
That. And 3. Awesome. Cool. That gives me 3 dots, which 2 I'm gonna drain from this guy who's in torpor.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will come out of the bathrooms.
Cool. And with that, with the chaos that's unfolding, the sirens in the distance, we will come back to the scene next session. But for now, we cut to an alleyway. Genghis has run into an alleyway, seemingly cornered. There's nowhere to go. It's a dead end. He starts to look around. He's like, fuck! And he starts to try to crawl up the walls. But suddenly, a figure emerges at the head of the alley, bathed in shadows. And they merely say, "You talk too much. All you had to do was slither away and disappear. But you couldn't even do that." Genghis turns around, fury in his eyes, and he just says, "Fuck you! You used me! You killed my friend! You made me responsible!" A shadow slithers up the wall next to Genghis. The figure says, "I know, but I don't care. You're coming with me to meet the boss. He wants words with you. Shadows begin obfuscating the alleyway as Genghis is consumed by the darkness. And that is where we fade to black and end today's session.
That was so good.
That was so fun.
That was so much fun.
Oh my god.
Would there have been any chance where Sweetie Pepper would have taken an L?
Yeah, for sure. If
We were close.
you were very, very close. Like in terms of damage, no, you weren't close. But
I
if
could
you
have
were-
staked him.
Yeah, if you could have staked him, if T was able to do the mental maze that would have made the staking easier, it would have been possible. But unfortunately, Sweetie Pepper lives to
I know,
torment
to
you for
terrorize
another
us
night.
later.
Yeah, I know. Like, I did wanted to help out with Sweetie Pepper, but you got to protect the people first. At least I was able to.
Yeah.
Well, good.
That's your
Thank you.
character. So
Thank you, everyone. That was so fun. That was so much fun. Thank you to chat for sticking around for this, for all the love you've given this game. And yeah, I mean, like, when we're coming back on, when is it? The
4th?
The 4th of September. Yeah, the 4th of September. So we're skipping next week. We're coming back on the 4th.
I'll be in my new apartment then.
Hey, awesome.
It's almost like I planned that.
Oh my god, go figure.
But no, thank you so much, everyone. And before we head off, let's go and do a round table. Same order as before. If you have anything you want to plug away. Let's start with Z. Go, Z.
Yeah, I'm Z. Bye.
Okay. Go to his Twitch.
The briefest.
Z Raider.
For me.
Yeah. I'm Kieran,
Raider.
aka Carradine Zero. Thanks y'all for welcoming me in. That was a fun intro.
Oh my god, it was
Chris.
so fun.
Glad I
Holy
have
shit!
you.
Thanks so much for throwing me some cool scenes.
It's okay, no worries.
And now I gotta fucking explain what the shit that I was doing to these randoms who weren't trying to kill me.
That's going to be a fun session. It's going to be a bit of a wind down session next session, I think. But we'll discuss that after the stream.
Yeah.
Elyse, Sweet Beat, go ahead. Plug anything you want to plug. Introduce.
I don't stream yet, but I am moving and I plan on streaming, and my channel name is Sweetbeat. So, keep an eye out. I do live in California, so the time zone difference is a little different. It's almost 7 a.m. here right now. I will not be streaming at this time. But yeah, catch me there in a couple weeks.
And next up, we have Jojo Taro. Go ahead, friend.
What's up, LARPers? This is Joe, Pro Gamer Taro. You'll find me at twitch.tv/JojoTaro, where I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games. Tuesdays usually, sometimes Thursdays, maybe the weekends. But on Fridays, I stream every week with Zrader on our co-op nights. And hope to catch you there and let's have some fun.
And finally, the channel that we're all on, the lovely host of this game,
Me.
Aaron Music Productions. The guy who's made all this
what
amazing
the-
music.
He made all the music.
Oh my god,
Why-
the music is so good, Aaron.
What do I plug? It's my channel.
Yeah, SoundCloud, anything. Well, yeah.
Nah, fuck that. I probably
plug
will
your
release the
Tinder.
soundtrack when we're done playing. I don't have
Plug your
too much
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll probably release the soundtrack at the end of our chronicle for people if they want to listen to that, and that'll be on Spotify. But I'll have links and stuff out for people who are interested when that does happen. Other than that, I mean, you're on my channel, so you know who I am.
And I am your storyteller, Chris, aka the Unemployed Writer. Follow me at Unemployed Writer on Twitch, and also follow RolePlayeNights. Play with a PLAE. That's going to be kind of the channel that eventually a lot of these games are going to be run on. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's not just going to be me, hopefully. Hopefully other people are going to run games on that as well. But that's things for the future. And as for this game, as for Chicago, we have a fractured city now. And I'm looking forward to moving forward with this new chapter in the story, as we've closed one chapter, the investigation of the death of Damien. And it seems to have opened more questions. But thank you all for joining. And I will see you later.